This is an audio test testing the audio. This is just a test. If this was for real, well, you'd hear a real announcer.
Like this, if you talk, she can hear you. She brings you up. Kind of how it is how you're when you're at home. Sure can.
Testing, testing. Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, that's good. Wait, let me see volume there. Okay, sorry. Good. Christine, can you talk one more time so I can hear you? Just want to. Okay, what's the volume on this? Just a little bit higher or no? Is it already maxed out? Is it? Okay, can you say something again, Christine? That's much better, much better. Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh, I got to go across the track for that? Okay. Where is she? Okay. Hopefully I don't get run over. That would not be good. I'm just gonna keep talking to you until I find her.
Would Madison Galloway please report to the winner's circle? Madison Galloway, please report to the winner's circle. Well, good afternoon, racing fans. Welcome to Industry Day 2022 here at Grand River Raceway in beautiful Laura, Ontario. A nice day, a little bit breezy as we see by the flags, but we have a great card of racing lined up for you, of course, featuring the Battle of the Bells, Race 10, the Battle of Waterloo, presented by Winback Farm Race 11, a power-packed card of racing, all kinds of fun activities, and so much going on here today. But right away, we want to get right to the matter at hand, and that is we ask you to please rise for the singing of our national anthem. We have an emerging voice in Canadian roots music hailing from Fergus, Ontario, our national anthem. Please stand if you can for Madison Galloway.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
We thank you, Madison. And Madison will be also giving a small concert later in the afternoon on the Grand Way patio. Let's get right to the changes on this afternoon's Cardiff Racing. Note the track condition listed as fast. And as you can note, it's a wee bit breezy, but that's just nice because also it's a bit warm, so it balances out. Let's look at race number 1 and note that number 1, Tierra Dancer, the driver will be Phil Houdon. Phil Houdon will drive 1, Tierra Dancer. 2, Wasaga. The driver to be announced, TPA on 2, Wasaga, as Jody Jameson will be off that drive. We'll give you that update as soon as we get it. 4, Upswing Hanover, Aaron Byron. Aaron Byron will drive. Number 8, Big Lady J, Louis Waugh. Louis Philippe Waugh driving 8, Big Lady J. And we now have the update hot off the presses. Number 2, Wasaga. It'll be Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald will drive 2, Wasaga in race number 1. In race number 2, note that number 3, United Blue Chip, the driver will be Tyler Moore. That is race 2, 3 United Blue Chip, Tyler Moore. In race number 3, there are no changes. No changes, race number 3. Race number 4 scratched. Number 7 tugging on credit. Race 4 scratch 7 tugging on credit. Races 5, 6, and 7, no changes. No changes, races 5, 6, or 7. Race 8, and number 2 Yacht Sealster scratched. Race 8 scratch 2 Yacht Sealster. Race 9, number 6 at the Beach Hanover. Driver to be announced, TBA on 6 at the Beach Hanover, the 9th race. Race number 10, 5 Big Plans. Bridle change, removing the side roll. That's removing the side roll and adding a Murphy blind on the left. That's the Battle of the Bells final, race 10. And race number 11, the Battle of Waterloo, the final, presented by Winback Farm. There are no changes, race 11. Once again, looking at races 1 and 2. Note race 1, Phil Houdon will drive the 1. Brett McDonald drives 2. And 4, Upswing Hanover, Aaron Byron. And 8, Big Lady J, Louis Waugh. And race number 2, second half of the early double, 3 United Blue Chip. It'll be Tyler Moore to drive. Well, we'll get right to things as time is clipping along, as we're 14 minutes to post time, and time to welcome in my co-host and handicapping expert, Robert Reed Jr. Robert, a great day of racing action lined up. You got to be stoked.
Oh, I'm super stoked, Gary. I'm so excited about Industry Day. It's like our Super Bowl here at Grand River Raceway, and the card is unbelievable. Of course, we've got the co-main event and the main event, Battle of the Bells, and the Winbach Farms Battle of Waterloo, but the undercard's fantastic. 3 preferred events and 2 OSS Gold events that feature horses that raced in the Battle of the Bells last year, including the winner, Love That Smile. So I'm pumped. It's a great day of racing. You know, we got some serious wind, though, here, some headwind, so that might, play a factor, so we'll have to keep an eye on that all day.
Well, you are the handicapper, so I'm sure you've handicapped wind in the past, but you know what we want to do? We want to set sail back to last Monday evening, as we had the eliminations for today, and we had the Battle of the Bells, 3 eliminations. And first up, we're looking at race number 1, and we right now are seeing number one, Lions Better Day doing some work on the lead, and then there is Shake It Twice who sits the pocket. Your thoughts here as Shake It Twice is getting up a little closer.
Yeah, I thought Lions Better Day was home and cool, to be perfectly honest, and we needed that one for our pick 5 wager in that occasion. But Shake It Twice, I mean, she runs her down in a very short period of time, and she looks strong to the wire. And I think Shake It Twice can be very tough to beat today. Love that closing kick and got up in a spot that I thought she was up against it.
Well, and Shake It Twice is certainly one that you got to think seriously about in this race number 10 this evening, because that was probably the most impressive. Others to take a look at that second elimination, as we had last Monday evening, race 3, the second elimination going to Brindley Sealster, and Brindley Sealster was pretty darn effective. And Brindley Sealster is sitting third right now, Robert, and in a good spot, as we see right now, number 4, Blue Glamber, moving up and taking the lead temporarily.
Yeah, it was a real clever steer by Jody Jamieson on this one, and I was fond of Brindley Sealster in elimination, and I thought she raced very credible. She got the job done, but she was, given a pretty solid trip in that effort. So I think that today, I mean, she's in, obviously a little bit tougher in the final. I think she's got a chance. But she's going to probably likely need a favorable trip again. She got into a lot of trouble her 2 efforts before coming into this elimination. Definitely a player today, though.
Well, the thing with at least by winning, you do get to draw one of the inside 5 spots. So Brindley Sealster at least doesn't have a post position problem to overcome. And in the third elimination, well, one that I think should have big plans today. And big plans. Post 5 last start, and post 5 again today in race number 10, and big plans. There we see this one. I think we know what the plan is.
Yeah, post 5's not a problem for this filly, and I mean, it hasn't been a problem this year at the River. I mean, I think it's still the winningest post 5 on the pace, and big plans, solid effort. Kind of, I thought she might have been toying with him on the final turn here, or maybe needed to just get around that turn, but certainly finished off strongly and was a real solid winner. I think she's obviously, the main danger to Shake It Twice today, and one that you have to give major consideration to.
And I'm a Doll at that point is looking pretty sharp and comes up and challenges, but still big plans. Still had some more in reserve.
Yeah, she did. I think when she was asked in the stretch, she kind of paced away, and I mean, I think she was the clear winner in there and the best in her elimination. So looking forward to see what she does today.
No problems knowing what to do with post position 5, because that's been the post the last couple starts, and well, again today, and probably going to fire. Let's take a look at the Battle of Waterloo, first elimination, and there is race number 5 from last Monday. Sounds Good is going to win this one. Right now is only in front about a length, but it gets a little wider.
It does, and obviously Koopa Loop had some issues early on, made a big recovery. You're fond of that one, Gary. You see that one making a move with that Hensley, the 3-horse, towards the back there. But I thought Sounds Good raced fantastic. I really do. And I mean, the fractions were solid up front, and maybe came home a little slower. But why did she have to come home faster? I mean, she's under a pretty good hold to Doug McNair in the lane here, and wins by as much as she wants. So Sounds Good is going to be my top choice to win the Battle of the Waterloo. Yeah,
we saw Koopa Loop come into the picture there in the final turn, but then did finally tail off. It had to do so much work, and I know you wouldn't have seen it as much as seeing it here live, but well, I'm on the Koopa Loop bandwagon. And one more elimination to take a look at. Race number 9, we had a battle of the moment arose, and Moment is here. And the Moment arose is the one that kind of got the better of things. And there right now we see the Moment arose is doing the work on the lead and sweeping up on the outside. That is Better Be a Terror and Jody Jamieson.
Yeah, I thought that this horse raced fantastic. Team McNair had a big night, elimination night, and they're going to have a big day today on Industry Day. I really do. And the Moment arose, I thought raced really well in here. I thought we'd see a challenge from the pocket sitter. We didn't see that in the stretch, but take a look at Parsons. This is the horse that I think we need to keep an eye on today. Look at him. He's about to make a move out of the hole there. He's coming forward and then just kind of blows the final turn here, loses a lot of ground, and then comes on again to still finish a credible 4th. So he's kind of the X factor for me today. He's got the trailing post, but this late kick he unleashes right here is one that was a good one.
Yeah, that certainly was a lot of movement late and after blowing that turn, as you mentioned. But that is going to be Parsons from the trailer post, and there should be able to be gate speed down to the inside. We're about 9 minutes to post time, and we're going to just break for about a moment, and we'll be back very quickly to take a look at race number 1. It's the start of the pick 5. We'll be back in just a few seconds with Robert and my picks as well in that pick 5.
Winback Farm was the #1 breeder in Delaware, New York, and Ontario for 2021 sire stakes. Highlighting Winback Farm's 2022 lineup are first crop yearlings from Courtly Choice, Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from The Bank. Visit www.winbackfarm.com for sale lineups. Again, for more information, that's winbackfarm.com. The Ontario Select Yearling Sale returns in 2022. The sale will be held September 25th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale lineup features first crop yearlings from Jimmy Freight, McWicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from The Bank. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com.
Well, we've got around 7 minutes to post time, folks, for the opening race on and a fantastic card here on Industry Day. And we're going to kick off with our early pick 5 tonight, right? It's the early pick 5 because we've added a second one in, which will start in race number 7. But kicking off here in race 1, we've got a $7,500 guarantee in this pick 5 sequence. And Gary and I, as always, have mapped out some of our suggested tickets for you. And, well, I'm going to get started off here with 4 deep in the opener. I'm going to use Wasag as my top choice in here, although I was kind of keen on Jody Jameson driving this one. I see there's now to be announced, so we'll see who ends up driving Wasaga. The 5 Night Legs, the 6 Streaky Yokoko, and the 8 Big Lady J. Big Lady J's got to deal with the 8 hole, and also I'm not sure she's going to be able to race on the front end today. She might have to come from well out of it. We've got, last year, of course, a speed favoring track on Industry Day, and today there is a strong headwind in the stretch. So that might also, favor the front end horses as it usually does here at the River. So 4 deep in the opener for me. I'm going to single Delightful Leader, the 4, in race number 2. Thought this one's been racing really well, had a couple of trouble trips, and today I'm expecting, maybe this one goes down the road, and I think just might be the best in the second race. So going to single that one. And then 2 deep for me in the third leg. I'm going to use I Love On Gate. And of course, Gouda 1. Gouda 1 has been racing fantastic, and the rail control is going to be important for her. I think she's going to bust out of there like she did at Western Fair when she captured a grassroots event, and I think she's the one to beat. But I'm going to also use I Love On Gate because that one does also possess strong speed off the switch. In race number 4, we're going to go 4 deep with the 1, 3, 5, and 8. The scratch at number 7, Tucking on Credits, a significant one in there, but we're going to use that one as our 5th choice anyways. So our top 4 in the race are the 1 Broken, the Catch an Ace is the 5, the 3 Marzank Hanover, and the 8 Sporty Tory. I think that it's a tough spot for Sporty Tory from post 8. I actually put Marzank Hanover as my top selection in the race. I think she'll be a bit of a price. That's the 3, but we're going to go with the 1, 3, 5, and 8 in there. And then in the money leg, the finale, it's an OSS Gold event and a real good one featuring last year's winner of the Battle of the Bells. It's the 2, Love That Smile, and of course the 3, Silver Label, a very fine filly, and I think Silver Label is the one to beat for Nick Gallucci and Millar Farms. And Doug McNair getting the call today. I think she is the clear one to beat, but you can't count out Love That Smile. She loves this surface. She's 3 for 3 here, and of course won the Battle of the Bells last year. So $12.80 for my ticket for a 20-cent wager. Let's see what Gary Guy has in store for us in the early pick 5 on Industry Day.
Well, right away in this first race, I see things differently. Both you and Kenny have gone completely away from number 3, YS Bookwriter, and that's my single. So I don't know what's going on. And YS Bookwriter is 2-1, so I'm thinking, am I looking at the wrong race or something? We'll see how that plays out. Race number 2, I have the 2, 4, and 5. So I went 3 deep there. I do respect Delightful Leader, but I went with Old Chuck as my top pick. Delightful Leader is my second one. Race number 3, I have 3 in there. I do like the Gouda Win, and I Love On Gate. We see the top 2 the same, but I added Big Better Hanover. And in the 4th race, I have 3 Marzank Hanover and 5 Catch an Ace. Surprised that we both like Marzank Hanover to win, and yet I thought I'd be alone with that, but you're with me there. And then in race number 5, I think Silver Label is the one to beat, but I went with in the mood and got the gold as my 3 in there. So I'm looking at that race a little differently. But there is my ticket. So $9.60 is the cost on that one.
A little more economical from Gary Guy, and we see things, very differently early and late, kind of the same in the middle. And listen, in this leg here, YS Book Writer might be the horse I took a stand against because 2-year-old against older horses and one that does already show a break and getting onto the half-mile surface. I'm not so sure, this one's going to get around, but that's why I took a stand against this one, thinking that they would take money, and they are right now at 2-1. We got 2 minutes away until the opener. You're going to want to start mapping out your winning wagers for this early pick 5 guaranteed pool, $7,500. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at the opening dash on Industry Day.
I should mention that my pick 5 ticket is $10.80. So there is I forgot to update the price, but $10.80 on the ticket. There is the race 1 selections. As we mentioned, Robert Reed Jr. is taking the 2 on top as his top choice, and I have number 3. Post break coming up shortly. Fans, once again, note in race number 1, the driver changes. Phil Houdon with 1, Tierra Dancer, 2, Wasaga. Brent McDonald drives 2, Wasaga. 4, Upswing, Hanover, Aaron Byron. Aaron Byron driving the 4, and 8, Big Lady J, Louis Waugh. Field for race 1 on post break. Emma Christoforou leading out with the painted pony, and 1 is Tierra Dancer. Phil Houdon for Les Posen. Number 2 was Sega, Brent McDonough for Les Posen. And 3 is YS Book Writer, Sylvain Fillion for Jacques Dupont. And number 4 is Upswing, Hanover, Aaron Byron for Kelly Duval Lacaille and Canico Farm. And number 5 is Night Legs, Anthony Hunt for McCrone and Hunt Racing. Number 6 is Strika Yokoko, Samuel Fillion for Danny Fontaine and Mark Sear. And 7 Merengue, Sealster Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice and James Martin and Hans Mueller. And number 8 is Big Lady J. Louis Waugh for Cassidy Schneider and Robert Chappell. At 9, Easy, Breezy, Beautiful, Paul McKenzie for Phil Coleman. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. Let's get a look at this field with Robert Reed Jr. And Robert Wasaga. Brent McDonald picks up the catch drive. Is 5-2 on the board. There is Wasaga right now scoring down.
Yeah, Wasaga is early speed, Gary, and that's the name of the game, I think, today. And I'm going to be on those type of horses a lot, so we might have to make adjustments if there's a bias that goes in the opposite direction. But there is a very strong headwind in the stretch here right now, and speed was golden on Industry Day last year. So I've got to handicap the card accordingly. And Wasaga is early speed inside post, and I like the addition of Brett McDonald with Jody Jameson not being here for this drive. So Wasaga right now 3-1. Was hoping for a bigger price. I'll be honest. I did not expect 3-1 on Wasaga. Hopefully, it still floats up come post time.
Number 5, Night Legs, is one that I used and then changed my mind on. And when you change your mind, usually you regret it. Night Legs, I understand where you're going. Better post this time.
Yeah, and something else that you love too, right? Getting back in a regular rotation. And last time, post 8 got away last off the gate, closed nicely enough. I mean, the last quarter was slow, but the middle half was decent. And I think just one that's going to take a step forward this time around. 13-1 on the board right now. That's a big price on Night Legs, and one that has a real reason to improve in this effort. And again, we can't stress enough, you always want to look for a horse that, coming off a vet scratch sick, has a start now and gets back into a regular schedule.
Number 6, Streaka Yokoko. Well named, I love that name. 4 wins and 7 starts on the year, but the last 2, one was the trailer post, tough to get into, and raced reasonably well last time out.
Yeah, I thought it was actually a decent effort, probably better than it looks on paper. Originally, I kind of remembered it as me being disappointed in Streaky Yokoko, but it was probably because I bet her last time and she didn't get the job done. But she was used pretty hard in the early going, and then did end up sitting, a reasonable trip after that, and finished third, beating just over 2 lengths. But I think this horse, obviously has ability. We've seen that this season, hitting the board in 6 of 7, 4 wins over that stretch, and Samuel Filion gets along well with her. So post 6 to me, obviously isn't ideal, but she does have snap off the gate. So if she can get forwardly placed, I think she's got a big chance.
And then number 8, Big Lady J. I think it's fair to say if this one drew the inside, would be all over Big Lady J, but it's post 8 and the math is working against her.
Yeah, the math that doesn't just work against her. I mean, it's really tough to stomach, right? We're 0 for on the season from post 8, and that's on both sides of the gate, trotters and pacers. And Big Lady J is the type that I think early speed obviously is a possibility. I don't think it works out today for her if she tries to lead from the 8 hole, and I don't see how she gets into the race from off the pace. She's been racing fantastic as of late. I mean, she's only she's been no worse than second in the last 3 with 2 victories in there, and she also has 3 victories in her last 5, so she should be confident. But I just don't see how it works out from out there. And to me, I mean, she's one you've got to take a stand against at 9-5.
And I might as well get you to make a comment on 3, YS Book Rider, because my top one, now you did point out a 2-year-old, but you watched those races at Mohawk, of course, and pretty big back half last time out.
It was, and I mean, I think you listen, you have to respect her chances, right? But I also have to kind of, have an opinion and stick to it. And one angle that I don't like is 2-year-olds against older horses. The second part is that she made a break 2 back, and this is obviously now her first start over a half-mile track. Now, she's a full sister to YS Mathis, who's a winner of over $400,000. She certainly has a reason to be a good horse, and the efforts where she stayed flat were good ones. But again, today, 2-year-old against older horses, I'm willing to take a stand against her. And I mean, that price is floating up right now at 3-1, but I thought she would take support, because you look in the program, you see obviously faster times, and a horse has been racing against good competition. But I just, really need to take a stand against one that I think might have trouble with the turns here.
Well, there's Robert's thoughts on the first race. We'll be hearing from Robert throughout the day with his handicapping knowledge, and well, also with the wind down in the infield, Robert will be enjoying that breeze, because it's a little bit warm, but the breeze makes it just nice, as long as we can keep the breeze off the microphone. It's a field of 9 for race number 1, taking up their positions. It's Tierra Dancer with second, YS Book Rider. In the center, upswing head of her Night Legs. To the outside, Streaka Yokoko. Merengue seals to Big Lady J. And the second tier, easy, breezy, beautiful field of 9, race number 1. First of 11 dashes on Industry Day 2022 at Grand River Raceway. Giddy up. It's a field of 9 for race 1. They're approaching the start. And they're off, and Wasega's going to leave with Tierra Dancer, Wise Book Rider, Streaka Yokoko driving early, then upswing ahead of her Night Legs. They work on around the turn. Easy Breezy Beautiful, Merengue Sealster, and Big Lady J. Into the backstretch they go. Wise Book Rider is looking to book the early lead. Wasega's racing second, Tierra Dancer third, and Big Lady J continues to drive on the outside, and now has moved up and taken over fourth, and racing fifth is Night Legs. Then it is Streaka Yokoko upswing ahead of her. Easy Breezy Beautiful and Merengue Sealster. YS Book Rider 8-5 on the board. 27-4 opening quarter. Has a lead of a couple of lengths with Sega's racing second. Tierra Dancer third. Big Lady J hasn't seen the inside. Off stride goes YS Book Rider. And it is Wasega who's now inherited the front. Wasega, Tierra Dancer. Big Lady J racing fourth his Night Legs and Streaka Yokoko. Upswing ahead of her. Easy Breezy Beautiful. Merengue Sealter. YS Book Rider is now booked in ninth. They race into the back stretch off a 58-second halftime. And it is Wasega. Big Lady J is still going on the outside and is going a big mile because has been on the outside the entire way. And now is moving up. And Big Lady J is going to come on now and is stick a nose in front. And now here it comes. Easy Breezy Beautiful. Wasega's game on the inside, though. Wasega, Big Lady J. Wasega's turned back Big Lady J for now, but Easy Breezy Beautiful on a breezy Monday afternoon at the river. 3/4 128-1. Easy Breezy Beautiful has come on to get the lead. Wasega's racing second. Streaka Yokoko and Big Lady J, they turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Easy Breezy Beautiful and Wasega. Easy Breezy Beautiful is going to win it. Wasega was second. YS Book Rider came back to finish at third, and then Streaka Yokoko was fourth. Mile of 158-3. The inquiry sign will go up pertaining to that break in stride of number 3, YS Book Rider. But on a breezy afternoon, Easy Breezy Beautiful, Rob.
Guess that was the hunch bet to start off the card, right, Gary? I mean, listen, I obviously YS Book Rider was in good shape before that miscue, and it made sense, I thought, to stand against her, even though she raced fantastic, to end up getting back into it. But it doesn't really matter, right, if you don't have the winner. So I went 4 deep, couldn't find Easy Breezy Beautiful, but again, if you were going to make a hunch bet on a name there, what a place to take a shot at a big price.
Yeah, and you know what was interesting is your Wasega was full marks, raced really, really well. YS Book Rider had things going her own way, makes a break, and still comes back to get into the top 4. Was closing hard late.
Effort from that one, clearly, and when she gets back on the bigger surface, I think you can take a swing on her. There's no question about that. I can't be upset with Wasega's effort. I mean, she took on a lot of challengers there. Brett McDonald did everything right, went to the front, and sat a 2-hole behind that favorite, then took over the lead, and then almost fended off a long price winner. So I can't be upset with my handicapping on the opener. It just was probably right play, wrong result.
And also, as soon as a Big Lady J gets away from post position 8, you could climb all over her. That was a huge effort.
Yeah, she's been racing fantastic. I mean, she's in the best form she's been in. She's a horse that used to kind of have trouble on the turns over a half-mile surface, and now is much smoother, and today just got a torturous trip from post 8, and I think when we see her back here at the river from an inside post, we can probably bet with both hands.
Well, we kick off the pick 5 with a 17-1 winner. Is it going to be that kind of day? Note the inquiry pertains to that break in stride of 3, YS Book Rider, who did finish in the top 4.
Can you hear me? I'm going to say
back in front of us is the winner of race number 1. It is number 9, Easy Breezy Beautiful. Easy Breezy Beautiful is a 3-year-old better than Center Bay filly, owned and trained by Phil Coleman. It's the 3rd win this year in lifetime for Easy Breezy Beautiful, and the winning drive to Paul McKenzie. Fans note the judge's ruling that number 3, YS Book Rider, did not violate the braking regulations and will stand third. The first race payouts. Number 9, easy breezy, beautiful, 3660, 1570, and 492 was Sega, 650 and 380. And 3, YS Book Rider, 260, $2 exactor, 336.20. The dollar try, $661.20. Superfecta, $800.44. Ka-ching. Fans, just a reminder, we have that Queen's Play ticket draw. The prize includes 4 tickets to the Queen's Play, $100 in wagering vouchers, and a Queen's Plate swag, a $500 value. The ballot is in the race program as well as at program selling outlets. Note that it'll be drawn after race number 6, so fill out your ballot for the Queen's Plate. A great prize this afternoon here at the river. with Jamie Martin. Please call extension 228. Jamie Martin, please call 228. The first race order of finish from the top, 823-754-691. That is 823-754-691. Second race post parade being led out by Emma Christoforou and the Painted Pony. And on parade, one, I'd Imagine, Aaron Byron for Steve Heimbecker. Number 2 is Old Chuck. It's Mario Bayershaw for the stable. Number 3, United Blue Chip Talibur for Laura Toscani and Gino Toscani. And 4, Delightful Leader Phil Houdon for Melissa Lambrou. And 5 is Allegheny Hanover Louis Bois for Dan Legacy. Number 6, Action Reporter, Brian Madonna for Gabriella Sasso and Northwest Racing and Jeffrey Corchens. And number 7 is Extra Cheese, Sylvain Fillion for Jean Tournier. It's a field of 7 for race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, it looks like the tote board thinks it's a 2-horse race. We're going to start with number 4, Delightful Leader, the second choice on the board. But, well, Rob, Delightful Leader, your top choice, and Delightful Leader, Phil Houdon for Melissa Lambrou. This is one that shows a couple of decent speed miles in the OSS in the last 2 starts, the only 2 starts.
Yeah, and in his lifetime debut, he was kind of in tight quarters in the stretch there. He got beat by 3/4 of a length and may have fared better if he had gotten through. And what I like about him, too, is he's home in 28-2 or better in both of his starts. And even if you add the qualifier in on June 25th, he did the same, 28 seconds flat. So last time, I thought, he sat a decent enough trip at Georgian Downs, but was kind of, angling out behind a wall of horses coming home in 56-2 with, again, that last quarter, 28-2. So Delightful Leader is my top choice here. I'm hoping that Phil does press the gas pedal early, though, because I do believe that speed is the place to be today, Gary.
Well, and you mentioned speed, the place to be. I think that Old Chuck makes the front, has the inside, or at least an inside 2, and had the inside last time out and knew what to do with it. You see a 27-3 opening quarter at Georgian Downs as well. Old Chuck is one that can skate early, might be able to skate all the way.
Yeah, no question this horse is loaded with early speed. The one thing I will note, and I guess it's not a knock on Old Chuck by any stretch of the imagination, but Delightful Leader was faring better in those grassroots events, and Old Chuck was getting beat by wider margins and not finishing as stronger. Now he came over to Grand River and won in fine fashion with James McDonald on July 25th, and now winners a 5,000 race, and now gets to race against similar company. But there's the addition of one like Delightful Leader that I think might be a bit tougher. So I do think that Old Chuck has an obvious chance in here, but I had to give the edge to one that I think's been racing better.
We both went to the same one after the top 2 that seemed to stand out in there, and that is number 5, Allegheny Hanover.
Yeah, Allegheny Hanover, first-time starter for Dan Legacy, and $25,000 yearling purchase. And I watched the qualifier pretty closely, and you got to like the fact that was on the lead for much of it. Did get beat by a wide margin to Larceny on the end of it, and was under some urging in the stretch, but still, a credible mile, 57-4. And if you look at those quarters, right, those consistently faster quarters, even though he lost ground to the winner in the stretch, he still came home quicker than his previous panel. So that's something that I'm always, fond of. First-time starter, though, against a couple with experience. I went in their direction, but I don't think he's without a chance at 6-1.
Well, number 1, I'd Imagine, 35-1, now 30-1, and I can understand why you might take a horse on the inside that flashes some gate speed. We've seen that scenario here before.
Yeah, we always talk about it. I mean, you can't really, if a horse looks like there's any kind of substance there with the rail here at the river, you have to consider using the horse. And when you see 33-1 on the board, why not? This is a $95,000 yearling, 3 siblings with over $230,000 made, and I think that you've got to really think this one will probably push out from that rail spot and sit a favorable trip and land somewhere in the bottom of the exotics. I mean, I wouldn't leave this one off my trifecta and superfecta tickets, and right now at a massive price of 32-1. We see the pole position hit the ticket so many times here at the river, and I think this race might be another case of that.
And the one, Rob, that I used on the bottom of the ticket, and maybe I was just hungry at the time, but I went for the extra cheese.
Well, listen, everybody likes extra cheese, right? I mean, on my pizza, on my quarter pounders, I'm always asking for extra cheese. But, post 7 for me with a 2-year-old that, last time followed them around. I think the trip's going to be similar this time around, and I just couldn't get there. I mean, might be able to close for a piece, but on this track today, I think you got to be up front.
Well, we'll see if that is the story. It certainly was Industry Day last year, as you remarked, how much the front was holding up. Although in that first race already, an off-the-pace winner, easy breezy, beautiful from the second tier. Field for the second, taking up positions. I'd imagine an old Chuck on the inside of the center. United Blue Chip, delightful leader, and Allegheny head over to the outside. Action Reporter and Extra Cheese. Field of 7, race number 2. It is post time on Industry Day 2022 at the river as we have a nice crowd gathered at the river. Here they come. Field for the second race. At the start, delightful leader made a bobble and lost a bit of ground. Now it is Old Chuck driving with Extra Cheese on the outside. And I'd imagine on the inside is racing third. And then United Blue Chip is racing fourth. And then Allegheny ahead of her. Action Reporter and delightful leader. It is Old Chuck who's got the lead. Extra Cheese is filling the pocket on the back of Old Chuck. I'd imagine is racing third and is currently 3 1/4 from the front, and then racing position to fourth right now. And that is United Blue Chip. And then it is Allegheny ahead of her. Back to Action Reporter, and delightful leader is a less than delightful trailer right now after that early break in stride. It is Old Chuck and Mario B who's got the lead as they race their way off the turn. Extra Cheese is right there in the pocket, and then racing third is I'd imagine. United Blue Chip is racing fourth, and then Allegheny ahead of her. Action Reporter and delightful leader is trailing the field. 59 4 the halftime. 31 second panel. Old Chuck skates into the backstretch on a lead of a couple of lengths right now over Extra Cheese and I'd imagine. And United Blue Chip is racing fourth. Delightful leader is past a couple now. Allegheny ahead of her and back to Action Reporter. They race on down the backstretch, and Old Chuck's got the lead, and Extra Cheese is second. And it now moving up on the outside, trying to make a huge recovery is delightful leader, and is taken over third. I'd imagine's racing fourth, then United Blue Chip and Allegheny ahead of her. An Action Reporter. It is Old Chuck. Old Chuck, Extra Cheese, and delightful leader as they turn for home. Old Chuck leads it by 2 1/4. 3/4 1:29 4. And it is Old Chuck as they turn on down the stretch drive. And Old Chuck is going to just stick handle to the finish in front and win it by about a length and 3/4 to a closing delightful leader. And then third is between I'd imagine and Extra Cheese. Race number 2 goes to Old Chuck and was able to get the lead. Of course, that race changed dramatically with a break of delightful leader at the start, Rob.
Yeah, that hurts my chances dramatically with the delightful leader. But listen, the horse raced fantastic to come back and only get beat by just over a length at the wire, if that. And delightful leader, I think, is one to watch going forward. No question about it. Spotted them early and rallied on a track that, again, I think it's going to be tough to close ground on today. But you were right. You said Old Chuck is good, have the early lead, and that's exactly what he did. He's proven that he's a fast horse off the switch. He got to the engine today and then made every call a winning one. So full credit to him, no question about it.
And note the inquiry sign does go up pertaining to that break of number 4, delightful leader. And we decided on which ones to use in the bottom of the ticket. We got them both on there. You used one I'd imagine, and I used 7 Extra Cheese.
Well, Extra Cheese left a lot better than I expected from post 7. I mean, that one obviously with that race of experience under his belt, got away better off the gate today at a big price, 31 1, and gets a piece of the exotics. And I'd imagine, with the opposite end of the spectrum with the rail, raced credible to get a piece of it as well. So, again, Old Chuck, I think, had a big advantage right off the switch, and I think we're going to see a lot of horses that have that early pop off the gate to have the edge in their favor today.
A bit of turnabout. Their first race, my top pick makes a break and then comes flying late. Looks like might have won if he didn't make a break. And then, in this one, it looks like Delightful Leader probably was the right choice if a Delightful Leader would have stayed flat. But we're not going to get to find out, Rob.
No, unfortunately, that's the name of the game, right? It's sometimes you bet the best horse, but it just doesn't work out. But again, like I said, Old Chuck was a horse for course today, and especially if the front end bias is there. So 3 2 at the end really wasn't a bad price on him.
It's a 2-4-7-1 top 4. And back in front of us is number 2, Old Chuck, a 2-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay gelding, owned by the stable, trained by Mario, by Adaja. Mario is also the driver as well as the trainer, and it is the second win for Old Chuck, 159-2. Fans note the judges ruling that number 4, Delightful Leader, did not violate the braking regulations. The second race, payouts to Old Chuck, 510, 210, 210, 4 Delightful Leader, 210, 210, 7 Extra Cheese, 320, $2 exactor, 720, dollar try, 2340, dollar super, 201.55. Would Jamie Martin please call 228? Jamie Martin, please call 228. The second race order finish from the top. 4-1-5-2-6-7-3. That's 4-1-5-2-6-7-3 on the bottom.
All right, 2 races in the books, folks. We've had a long shot to start off the card, easy breezy, beautiful, followed by a more logical one, an old Chuck, second choice in race number 2. If you're dead in the early pick 5, like yours truly, well, you might want to start mapping out your early pick 4 wager. Guaranteed pool is $5,000. And, well, I'm going to get started off in the opening leg here with the 1 and the 4. That's Gouda 1, who right now is 3-5 on the board, and I think she merits that respect. Also using I Love On Gate. Why? Because she is loaded with speed, and she might be able to get to the front and come around that one, or maybe possibly sit a favorable trip. So 2 deep for me here in the first of 2 OSS Gold divisions for 3-year-old fillies on the pace. And race number 4, I'm going to go 4 deep, but it's a nice preferred event for mares. And the scratch of the 7, tugging on credit, brings me down to 4 horses in there. That's the 1, Broken, the 3, Marzanne Canover, and the 5, Catch an Ace, and of course the 8, Sporty Tory one. I think you have to have on your ticket, but she'll have some tough sledding from out there today. Again, the 7, Tugging on Credit, is scratched out of that one. In race number 5, the third leg, that is the other division of the OSS Gold for 3-year-old pacing fillies. 2 deep for me, the 3, Silver Label, the clear one to beat, but love that smile, loves it here. 3 for 3 at the River, the winner of the Battle of the Bells last year. I think you have to have her on your ticket as well. So 2 deep for me in there, and then I'm going to finish off with 2 deep again in what is a really, really nice preferred trot. I love the 4, Cena Magician today. He gets to work from a better post. He got a tough trip last time. I think with Trevor Henry aboard, he might be able to go all the way on the engine in there in the 6, Power and Grace, reunited with her usual pilot, Brett McDonald. I think she might be tough as well. So that tickets will cost you just $8 for a 20-cent wager. Does Gary have a ticket for us?
Yeah, why not chime in? It's Industry Day, and you know what? I see things in the third race sort of the same as you, but I want to add 3 Big Better Hanover, so I'll use 3 in there, the 1, 3, and 4. I just want to add in Big Better Hanover because I think there's some real nice ability with that fill, and he could show up here. In the 4th race, I'm willing to go alone with Marzanne Hanover and go single there. In race number 5, I want to take the inside 4. I like that race, but I think it's very competitive. I want to just go all in with the 1, 2, 3, and 4. I do love Silver Label on top. And then in race number 6, I've got 3 of them in the 6th race. I do have Willie or Won't He as my top pick. And then I also want to use 7, Cool Muscle, but I'll throw in Cena Magician, so the 3, 4, and 7. So that combination will cost you $7.20, Rob.
the addition of Cena Magician, because I love that one today. And you know what? Willie Irwoni was one that I considered using. I think I have him underneath him there on the bottom end of the exotics. Of course, he was a big-time winner here on Industry Day last year in the preferred trot. And second start back, we might see him roused off the gate tonight. But we got 1 minute away, folks, till the horse will be moving out onto the track for race 3. Again, it's the start of a guaranteed pick 4 at $5,000. Make sure you get your wagers in. We'll come back in just a few moments to take a closer look at this opening OSS Gold for 3-year-old fillies on the pace.
Field 4, race 3 on parade. The first gold division, OSS. 3-year-old pacing fillies. 1, Gouda 1, Trevor Henry for Murray Brethren, Brendan Mark Lane, and Anthony Lane. And number 2 is Delightful by Emma Sylvan. Filly on for Jean Tournier by Emma Farms. Number 3 is Big Better Hanover Bob McClure for John Pentland and Jack Darling and John McClure. And 4 is I Love On Gate, Louis Waugh for Dr. Ian Moore and Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing and Mac Nickel. Number 5 is Velvet Stinger, Doug McNair for Nicolucci and Miller Farms. And number 6 is Warwick Expat, Jody Jameson for Gabriella Sasso and Jeffrey Corchens and Mart West Racing. A field of 6, first gold division. Short in numbers, only 6, but long in talent, Rob. But I think we all love the talent of 1, Gouda 1.
Yeah, you have to give tons of respect to this filly. She's been racing fantastic as of late. I mean, before her latest, which was against older horses at Mohawk Park, she had won 4 in a row and done so at the OSS Gold level at 40-1. And the ones in the grassroots actually were a lot more dominant than they look on paper. So I think that she's going to be tough to beat in here. She's got Trevor Henry aboard. When he's driven her, he's put her on the front end in 2 of those efforts, and he's won one of them at Western Fair and another one at Mohawk Park when coming from first over, actually. So I think that Gouda 1 is clearly the one to beat in here, and a rail control, and I think there's no question that she's going to be pushing it other pretty hard.
Well, and the Trevor Henry factor here at Grand River probably doesn't hurt it any, but I'll tell you, I Love On Gate isn't one that has to take much of a backseat to Gouda 1. There's a lot of fine lines on the program there.
Yeah, there is, and I don't know if she's as good as Gouda 1, and especially the way she's racing right now. But I Love On Gate is in fine form, no worse than second in her last 4. And the big thing about her is that she's loaded with speed off the gate as well when she wants to use it. And I think it's possible that she might try to come around the tutor inside and get around Gouda 1, and then maybe release that one back to the lead or a trip kind of like that. So I think that again she's kind of developed into the now horse. She's only got 1 win and 8 starts this year, but again 5 in the top 2. So I think that I Love On Gate might be the main danger, but again I do give a pretty strong lean to Gouda 1.
Rob, tell me about Big Better Hanover, because after that 30-3 opening quarter in that last start, those next 3 quarters, they're just outstanding.
Yeah, it was. I mean, those 3 quarters are incredible. The back half was 53-1. The last quarter, 26 flat. Just missed by a head to a girl in a tavern. And of course, Big Better Hanover, last year was second in the Battle of the Bells. So she's no stranger to this surface and has had success here. She was third in her elimination as well last season. So I think that you've got to give this one a chance in here. And another one that has shown speed when she needs to use it, but also has shown she can come off the pace. I think that today, obviously, she's got to get forwardly placed if she wants to have a chance in here. And I mean, off that last effort, you'd have to think she's ready to take a pretty big step forward.
Number 5, Velvet Stinger. 5 wins in 8 starts in the year and sent up by Nick Gallucci. Those are some big positives, but against the first 3 we mentioned, it's tough. But you don't want to overlook Velvet Stinger too much.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm actually surprised that she's 8-1 on the board right now. I thought she would take more support, and I guess for me, it's not really I'm not knocking her that I've got her in the 4th spot. It's just I think it's going to be tough for her to get into the race tonight. She was kind of a funky going pacer, and it was kind of incredible that she had the success she had at the start of the season. They made a shoeing change on her, and then she was much smoother, in her victory at Mohawk Park, and then obviously when she swept through the Kin pace and won it in fine fashion at Clinton Raceway on July the 3rd. Her last 2, especially her last one was against older horses. She only missed by 3/4 of a length. Back half 54-2. I just don't know if she can get into the race tonight. That's the big question. And that's probably why bettors are straying away from her. Obviously, rock solid connections. First time Doug McNair is going to be aboard, and when she's raced on a half, she's 3 for 3. So I think that you've got to give her a bit of a shot in here. But for me, just the bottom end of the exotics.
And a thought about Delight by Emma, because was a delightful 2-year-old in 7 starts and now a 3rd start in the 3-year-old campaign.
Yeah, this is one that I think that might progress into being one that can be competitive at this level. But 3rd start back, and I just thought she might be a little bit overmatched today. And Warwick Expat actually, Gary the 6th, was 3rd in the Battle of the Bells last year as well, so it's a good reference. But the outside post obviously might wreak havoc with her chances today. But 21-1 on the board.
Well, it is a field of 6, the 3rd race, the first Gold Division OSS for 3-year-old pacing fillies, and Gouda 1, Delight by Emma on the inside. In the center, Big Better Hanover and I Love On Gate. To the outside, Velvet Stinger and Warwick Expat. Field of 6, the 3rd dash on a Monday afternoon at the river. Here they come. And the field for the 3rd, gathering speed, approaching the start. And Big Better Hanover is going to make a big early move. Gouda 1 on the inside. I Love On Game. And then Delight by Emma. Velvet Stinger, Warwick Expat is back trailing the field. Big Better Hanover as they race on into the backstretch. And Big Better Hanover had the lead. But now I Love On Gate wants to move up and take over. Love On Gate has got the lead. Big Better Hanover is second away. Gouda 1 is racing 3rd. Then Delight by Emma is 4th. And then the trailing pair of Velvet Stinger and Warwick Expat. I Love On Game has got the lead for Louis Wide. Vantage is about 2 1/4, 26-4. Was that opening quarter. Big Better Hanover is second. Gouda 1 is racing 3rd right now. And Delight by Emma is 4th. And then a gap of 3. And the trailing pair of Velvet Stinger and Warwick Expat. And they race off the turn. I Love On Gate and Louis Wide leads right now by about 3 lengths as they come to the half. Big Better Hanover is second. And Gouda 1 still positioned on the inside. 55-2 the halftime. And then racing for his Delight by Emma. And then it is back to Velvet Stinger and Warwick Expat. I Love On Gate continues to move on the lead. Advantage about 2 1/4. Popping out from 3rd now. There goes Gouda 1. And Gouda 1's going to sprint up now and grab 2nd and take it away from Big Better Hanover. Delight by Emma has moved to the outside on the back of Gouda 1. And now Gouda 1 is closing rapidly on I Love On Gate. 3/4, 124-1. I Love On Gate. Gouda 1 on the outside now has come alongside, is only a half length back. And then Delight by Emma is looming from 3rd. And Velvet Stinger is racing 4th. They turn from their fan out 4 wide. On down the stretch drive they come. I Love On Gate and Gouda 1. And also Delight by Emma. But on the inside, I Love On Gate dug in. I Love On Gate wins it. Then finishing second was Delight by Emma. 3rd is between Velvet Stinger and Gouda 1. But I Love On Gate was able to dig in when it came time in the stretch drive, Rob.
Yeah, and that's why we like this one right here. We thought this one had a big chance in here, and I love on gates going, to the front, getting to the lead there over a big better Hanover in the early going, and then going the rest of the way of it. And again, you want to be on the side of speed today, and this was one of the speed horses. I thought the Gouda one might be able to push out a little more off the gate. She got away in the 3-hole. You know what that means? She's got to come first up. That's going to be tough sledding in that spot, and ended up, getting a smaller share of it on the end. But I Love On Gate was good to go today. A horse that's really come into her own, top 2 in her last 4, now adds a OSS Gold victory to the trophy case.
The surprise filly in there is Delight by Emma, and got that trip on the back, moving out second over, and was closing well, was beaten only half a length about.
Yeah, and I said that she was overmatched in there, but I mean, I guess she wasn't in the end, because she certainly made a credible effort to only get beat by a slim margin really at the wire. She was 11-1. I mean, I'll be honest, I thought she'd be a bigger price than that, but an inside post and third start back probably brought some support in her direction. But one definitely to keep an eye on going forward, because she proved that she does belong against this group.
I think we'll be seeing her in the gold. She was a grassroots filly last year, and did race in the grassroots July the 12th in 51, and that was out of post 9, so that's certainly one to keep an eye on. But it is I Love On Gate, and I did think that Gouda won. That was a decent effort, just a tough way to go at it.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when she comes first over, it's going to be a difficult spot for her, right? I mean, I thought she would be able to push out enough that she'd either be on the leader or the 2-hole behind I Love On Gate, and it didn't work out that way. So it was tough sledding for her. It was still a credible effort, really, and I mean, she's a horse that's been racing so well. I think she'll rebound from this effort and probably end up back in the winner's circle pretty soon.
Well, the third race comes in with a 4-2-1-5. I Love On Gate at 7-2, taking the third dash. And back into the winner's circle, the winner of race number 3, the Ontario Sire Stakes First Gold Division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It is number 4, I Love On Gate, a 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay filly, owned by Let It Ride Stables and Bottom Line Racing and Mac Nickel. Dr. Ian Moore is the trainer. Louis Philippe Roy, the winning driver, second win this year, third lifetime. I Love On Gate. The third race payouts for I Love On Gate, 910, 510, 262, Delight by Emma, 820, 370, and 1 Gouda 1, 220. $2 exact, 89.10. The dollar try, 82.40. Dollar super, 228.85. And fans are going to send things down trackside as we see that Rob has collared Louis Philippe Roy.
All right, I'm here trackside with Louis Philippe Roy, winning driver in the OSS Gold, the first division today aboard I Love On Gate. Louis, your first time driving this horse, so how does it seem from your perspective?
I actually drove her for, I think, first 2 start this year, but in Mohawk. In the SBOA final, she was second. She just got picked off by the good filly of Nick Gallucci, Prohibition Legal. She raced pretty good, and I was really I'm coming here with even the other one I have in the gold later. I have 2 fillies. They might not be the best one in the golds, but on a half mile, they're really suited for that. So gives them a big advantage like this one.
And obviously today, I guess with her early speed, there's only one way you wanted to go, right?
Yeah, even she's a different type of filly. Like even in Mohawk, she doesn't like too much to sprint in the end. She'll be like more the kind of catch me if you can. That's kind of why I thought she would suit really good the half mile. Like everybody has to go around you in the last turn to pick you up, and that's a short stretch too. So it did work pretty good.
And is the headwind in the stretch and maybe the bias that we saw last year playing a factor as well? Do you think?
It's not too bad. I feel like here. Compare with what we see in Mohawk sometimes, I feel like the wind is way more a factor. I don't know. I didn't notice it too much early, to be honest.
Okay, and you got to love that smile. In just a couple of races in the other division of the OSS Go, we come full circle, right? You won the Battle of the Bells here with her last season. Let's talk about how she's doing this year and what you think her chances are today.
Just like I said, she might have, like, you can see the line. She picked up checks in the goals starting up the season, and then she might not be the best in the goals, but on a half mile she's so well gated. She goes around. She doesn't lose a second in the turns. She proved it last year here. She even started her career here, qualifying in here, and then in the battle of the bell, like you said, she was just so dominant here. So I am expecting good things from her too.
Okay, and in the main event today, the Battle of Waterloo, we've got Post 8, Wall Street Bell. Is it just kind of, you just kind of play it by feel and see what you can get from out there?
Yeah, definitely half mile post 8. It's kind of hard, but when you look at the LM, I wasn't here. Bob was driving him, and he felt like he was like really loaded getting in the stretch, and then I don't know if he lost a bit or something happened down the lane, and he lost like 5 lengths there. But just before that, he almost looked like a winner. So I don't know. We'll have to be lucky, definitely from the 8 hole, but I'm not saying I don't have any chance at all.
All right, well, thank you for your time, Louis. Good luck in the upcoming races today. Louis Philippe Bois, winning driver aboard I Love On Gate in the first division of the OSS Pacing 3-Year-Old Fillies.
The third race, or her finish from the top, is a 3-2-6-1-4-5. That's 3-2-6-1-4-5. Field 4, race number 4 is on parade. 1 is Broken, Paul McKenzie for Todd Ratchford. Number 2 is Darker Shade of Pale. It's Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham and Steve Mihalik. And number 3, Mars and Hanover, Colin Caliber, Kyle Bossens, and Daryl Newbigin. Number 4, Plain Jane, Bo Brown for Tisha Symes and Lee and Faith Gavin. Number 5 is Catch an Ace, Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew. And number 6, Gypsy Merlot, Ryan DeRoche for Dr. Trevin Shive. 7 scratched, 8 Sporty Tory, Bob Clover, Gord McKnight, and M&S Racing. And number 9 is Sunny Sicily, Wayne McLean for Jocelyn Chiquetto and Beverly Rice. Field of 8, race number 4, Preferred Fillies and Mares, part of a power-packed lineup here this afternoon, Rob. And we're going to start with 3 Marzank Hanover. We went together on Marzank Hanover. Maybe we thought we'd get a little more of a price than 3 to 1, though.
Price, Gary, but right now 2 to 1 on the board, and one that I think is going to offer better value in those multi-leg wagers, no question about it, with that 8 to 1 on the morning line. Now, last time, Trailing Post got away, 6th, and it was kind of looked like she was toiling for a bit and not coming forward, but then got really racy when one tried to come around her, and then she came on to be a real solid second to Best Honey Hanover, who won by a pretty wide margin. Back half was in 57 seconds flat, and I thought that I loved the way she finished her mile. So I think Marzank Hanover, from post 3, I think she's got a post edge in a lot of the horses that are her main rivals in here, and I think she can emerge victorious. But the price at 2 to 1, not too attractive right now.
And we've seen the front end speed the last couple races, and this one did pop out with a 26-4 opening quarter, July the 8th at Mohawk. That would certainly be a good plan here. Catch an Ace is one that has been able to catch the runner-up position in 4 of the last 5.
Yeah, and this is one that's loaded with early speed, right? I mean, the one thing that's kind of, I guess, caught her in her career is that sometimes she ends up giving it up late, and she's got 7 runner-up finishes this season, and you can see last year she doubled her win total with 4 runner-up finishes, so one that might necessarily not always get the job done, but she's always there at the wire, and I think that she does, have enough early pop off the gate to get situated really well against this group, and again, Post 5 is one that has had a lot of success this season at the River, especially on the pace, and Catch an Ace, belongs with this group, and I think is an overlay right now at 5 to 1.
Number 1, Broken, is 11 to 1. You get the inside post, and this one did leave a bit last time to get away third. But the big thing to note is now comes back on a tighter rotation.
She does, and we both love that, of course. The other thing about her was she started from the same spot she has today, and she got shuffled back pretty bad. I mean, she got away in the 3-hole. She kind of got taken back on the final turn, and when you lose that kind of ground here at the River, it's hard to make it back up. Well, she did come back on to finish a nice third, and starting from that spot again today, I think she gets away well off the gate. She should be tighter now, and a horse that I think is a pretty big overlay on the board at 14 to 1. I'm not sure, 0 for 19, tough to put her on top, but one that I would not leave out in the exotics. There's no question about that.
Yeah, and she was a decent 3-year-old. Was it 9 out of 19 in the top 3, including 3 wins. Broken 9 to 1. Number 8, Sporty Tory. Well, now Sporty Tory gets post 7. It's only one spot, but it makes a difference.
Makes a big difference because you go from about we know a 0% win percentage so far on the meet to about a 6% win percentage. So obviously that's a lot better. Is she the best horse in the race? I think so. Will she end up being victorious? I have a hard time putting her on top because it is still a very difficult post to overcome. And even though I think she might have the best talent and speed in the group, I don't know how she gets there, because if she goes forward off the gate, it's going to be a tough journey, and if she comes from the back, it's going to be tough to get there. But 9 to 5 on Sporty Tory, I totally understand the support. I just can't go there at that price.
And my man, Wayne McLean on 9, Sunny Sicily. Trailer post might be able to get decent trip, and Wayne's having a decent year this year. Sunny Sicily, you get 23 to 1. I'm looking for a flyer to sneak one onto the ticket.
And I don't mind that at all, because we always say it. If you like the 1, you got to like the 9. I think Broken has every right to land somewhere on this ticket, and I think she's going to be forwardly placed, and that should mean Sunny Sicily gets a decent trip. So 13 to 1. not one to leave off your exotics.
And Rob, it sounds like there's a lot of fun down there trackside. I see the big crowd. Are you enjoying the crowd being here at the track?
Oh, it's amazing being here. The atmosphere is great. There's music playing, and it's just a fantastic day so far in Industry Day, and many, many great races ahead.
And what would make it better is cashing a winning ticket. We both have Mars and Hanover in the fourth, taking up their positions. Broken. Darker shade of pale on the inside. Mars and Hanover playing Jane in the center with Catch and Ace to the outside. Gypsy Merlot and Sporty Tory. And the second tier, Sunny Sicily. It's a field of 8 for race number 4. Here they come. They're gathering speed, approaching the start. Field for the fourth race is at the start of the rough, and Darker Shade of Pale, Catch a Nace, Mars and Hanover, Plain Jane, Sporty Tory drives from an outside post position as they work on around the turn. But right now, Catch a Nace has got the lead, but Sporty Tory continues 3 wide. Sporty Tory and Bob McClure now is going to sweep up and try to clear the lead over Catch a Nace. Sporty Tory, Catch a Nace, Darker Shade of Pale, the first 3. Then it is Plain Jane and Broken. Mars and Hanover 6th away. Then it is back to Sunny Sicily and Gypsy Merlot. Sporty Tory at 2-1's got the lead now. 26-2 the opening quarter. And Catch an Ace has caught a pocket ride. Darker Shade of Pale is going to move, is going to stay on the inside, is popping out. Here comes Mars and Hanover. Now Mars and Hanover will have the cover of Darker Shade of Pale coming first over. 5th to the inside is Plain Jane. Sunny Sicily is part of the outer flow. And then it is back to Broken and Gypsy Merlot. 56 seconds the halftime. 29 and 3 second panel breather. Sporty Tory sports a lead of a length and a half. That is Catch an Ace has been riding along in the pocket. Darker Shade of Pale is racing on the outside third. Plain Jane is fourth. Mars and Hanover second over, but gapped in the cover, getting submerging and not responding right now. Sunny Sicily is going to roll out 3 wide, and then it is Broken and Gypsy Merlot. It is Sporty Tory with the front. Sporty Tory, Catch and Ace, and Darker Shade of Pale. Sunny Sicily is out 3 deep and making up ground and keeps on coming forward. 3/4 in 125 and 3, and Broken kicks in late. It is Sporty Tory, Sunny Sicily 3 deep on the inside. Catch and Ace, Sporty Tory, very sporty on this Monday afternoon, and Sporty Tory is going to win it going away. Then it was Catch an Ace and Sunny Sicily and Broken, but Sporty Tory 154 and 4. Well, one way to overcome the post position is just to fire the heck out of there at the start and then keep on trucking, Rob.
I don't.
Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 4. It is number 8, Sporty Tory. A 6-year-old sports rider bay mare owned by M&S Racing Stable. Gord McKnight is the trainer. It is the 5th win this year, 26th lifetime of the winning drive on Sporty Tory to Prime Time Bob McClure. The 4th race payouts. Number 8, Sporty Tory, 630, 360, 330. 5, Catch and Ace, 490 and 390. And 9, Sunny Sicily, 1150. $2 Exactor, $34.40. $40 Try, $263.95. Of the Dollar Super, $1,288. The 4th race, silver finish from the top, 465728, scratch 13. That's 465728, scratch 13. Field for race number 5 on parade. The second OSS Gold for 3-year-old pacing fillies, and 1 got the gold. Jody Jameson for Dr. Ian Moore, and Let It Ride, Stables and James Miller. And number 2, Love That Smile. Louis Waugh for Rennie Barassa and M&S Racing, and Gilles Cowett and Mark Gelinas. And number 3 is Silver Label. It's Doug McNair for Nick Galucci and Miller Farms. And 4 is In the Mood. Sylvan Fillion for Sean Stacy and Hudson Standardbreds. Number 5, Speaker Nancy. Trevor Henry for Shane Barrington and Jamie Copley. And Ottawa Bob Racing. And number 6 is Fade Out. Bob McClure for Greg McNair and Dean Lockhart and McKinley and Fielding. It is a field of 6 for race number 5. And, well, right away we're going to get to things with Silver Label. Rob, 4 to 5. The fans love some Silver Label.
Yeah, and it's hard to go against her, isn't it, Gary? I mean, she's got 2 wins this year. They've both been good ones, and she's had some difficult trips in other races. I mean, 4th place in the Fan Hanover as well, and last time against older horses and got within half a length of setting a precedent. And 49-4 was the mile with the back half of 53-3. So very difficult to go against this Galucci Millar Farms entrant, and Doug McNair picks up the drive. He's driven this one before, and I think that she's clearly the one to beat, but 3 to 5 on the board right now. Sometimes, not wise to take that shorter price on one.
Well, and Love That Smile is one that if you're going to get to take down Silver Label, maybe Love That Smile. You got to love 8 to 1 on the board. You get to start to the inside of Silver Label, but we haven't been witnessing gate speed from Love That Smile.
No, but I think we might see it today from Love That Smile from post 2, and we heard Louis-Philippe Bois say that that her chances step up significantly over a half-mile surface, and she's 3 for 3 here at the River. So she won obviously her elimination last year for the Battle of the Bells, and she won the final. She also won her first lifetime start, and that's where she kind of jumped on the radar for us, and we saw that she'd be pretty good here at the River. This season, just 1 for 8, but has hit the board in 6 of those, and of course last year 3 victories out of 9, and they were all over this surface here at the River. So I love that smile right now at 8 to 1. That's an overlay for me.
One that I like the price, but I'm not quite sure what to make of In the Mood. There's some real nice positives, and then the last 3 races, they're not quite as positive. But In the Mood is one that did beat Love That Smile if you go back 4 races ago.
Yeah, she did at 14 to 1 on that occasion, and you're getting half that price right now. But In the Mood is a high percentage winner, right? She's 9 for 17 in her career, and last time she raced actually in the same race that Love That Smile comes out of. They were actually in the easier division of non-winners at 10,000 last 5 on the 22nd at Mohawk Park. That mile was won by Mia Culpa, but they both raced pretty well in there, and I think that they should come back and race better against their own kind tonight. Again, I think it's hard to put her ahead of Silver Label and even Love That Smile for that matter, who both of them right now sing at 8 to 1. Those 2 better priced horses in here, but would I be surprised if In the Mood comes up with a big effort? Not really.
I got the gold at 3 to 1 on the inside. Jody Jameson for Dr. Ian Moore. Not sure if Got the Gold can beat the others off the gate, but I'll tell you, when you got post 1, you're going to try probably, right?
Yeah, and you have to. You'd have to think so. And then she's shown speed in the past, obviously, and has gone all the way on the front end. And I think we're going to see her push out of there. And we've already seen Dr. Ian Moore, notch the other victory with I Love On Gate, and that was a front end score. So I think that Got the Gold's got to push out of there. For me, though, 3 to 1. I know she only got beat half a length 2 back. That was at 41 to 1. I think that's too short of a price in my opinion. So I do like her chances somewhere underneath. She looks sharp on the track right now, but I couldn't get there at that price.
And if you're looking for one more horse at a price, maybe to either tackle the winner or at least sneak onto the ticket, 5 Speaker Nancy is one that, was driven conservatively early last time out, but then came flying late and flashed a lot of speed, 26-3 final quarter.
Yeah, and has done really good things for trainer Shane Barrington, right? Got 4 victories out of 7 starts. Sorry, 3 victories out of 7 starts for Shane Barrington, and one that's kind of come into her own, and was used pretty hard in the early going of an OSS Gold event, 2 back, was bet down to 2-1 in that one. So we always talk about taking back value. If you want to take back value on this one, not a bad idea if you backed her in that effort, because 8-1, now 7-1 on the board. One that certainly, I think has a chance in here. The problem for me is I just don't know what kind of trip she gets from post 5 in here. She's got speed to her inside, and it might be difficult for her to make up ground.
Well, it is a good field. The second gold division, 3-year-old pacing fillies. A field of 6 taking up their positions, and got the gold on the inside with Love That Smile in the center, Silver Label in the mood. And to the outside, Speaker Nancy and Fade Out. It's a field of 6 for the 5th race. OSS, second gold division. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. And the field for race number 5 is at the start of the route, and Silver Label is going to burst out of there. Also leaving out, Got the Gold on the inside, Silver Label, and Got the Gold. And racing position 3rd right now is Love That Smile. Then it is In the Mood and Speaker Nancy and Fade Out. But Silver Label has got the front for Doug McNair, and Got the Gold is right up tight in the pocket. Love That Smile is racing position to 3rd, and then 4th is In the Mood. In front of Speaker Nancy and Fade Out, but right now Silver Label and Doug McNair now by 2 over Got the Gold. 28-1's the opening quarter. Love That Smile is racing 3rd, and In the Mood, Speaker Nancy and Fade Out, and they work their way on around the turn. Silver Label 1-5 on the board, has got the lead of a length and 3/4 over Got the Gold as they race their way off the turn. Love That Smile is on the inside, racing 3rd. Now here comes Speaker Nancy working first over, about 5 off the lead. In the Mood is on the inside, and to the outside, Fade Out. 57-3 the halftime, and it is Silver Label on into the backstretch. Silver Label Got the Gold has been getting the trip. Speaker Nancy is moving up on the outside, and Speaker Nancy is about 2.5 or 3 off the lead. Love That Smile is on the inside 4th, and then Fade Out and In the Mood. They race their way on towards 3/4, and it is Silver Label, but Trevor Henry going to the gavel with Speaker Nancy. Speaker Nancy on the outside now is on even terms with Silver Label, and Speaker Nancy at 8-1 is looking for the upset, but on the inside, Silver Label, the heavily bet 1-5 favorite, is fighting gamely, and Silver Label on the inside, Speaker Nancy. Fade Out is sent out 3 wide, and Got the Gold is 4th on down the stretch drive for Silver Label. Silver Label turns back the challenge of Speaker Nancy. Silver Label's going to win. Speaker Nancy is in a place photo with Got the Gold, and then Love That Smile. Silver Label, well, it looked interesting for a moment there around that final turn, but then flashed the speed and the ability.
Yeah, definitely. A couple of tenuous moments there, but I thought that she was going to be good to go still on the stretch, and you can see Doug just looking over there and checking the screen to make sure he's well clear there, and a pretty easy victory in the end for Silver Label, Gary. 1-5 on the board. I mean, she merited that respect, no question about it. Right to the choo-choo today, and nice smile on 53-4.
Well, we were trying to figure out who to use underneath because we thought the 3 would be the winner, and turns out that 5 Speaker Nancy was probably the most impressive. When Trevor Henry went to the gavel with Speaker Nancy, that filly responded.
Yeah, solid first over try. Drew even with this filly, and again, I think that Silver Label was kind of toying with him a little bit, but still, made a decent challenge on the outside to push Silver Label in the stretch drive. And Speaker Nancy, when we said was coming into her own, wasn't sure how she gets into the race. And if someone said, well, she's going to be first up, I would have said, well, might be difficult for her to get a big piece of it. But she raced very well today.
And the fractions really helped because nobody really wanted to try to tackle too hard against Silver Label, because that would have probably been a bit of suicide. So you get 57-3 off a 153-4 mile.
Yeah, definitely the ball was in her court, and that's exactly what you said, right? You got a short field. I mean, obviously they're going for a lot of money, but at the end of the day, no one really wants to sacrifice themselves to take on a horse like Silver Label. So she kind of gets an easy go of it on the engine, and then gets the job done.
It comes in at 3-5, 1-2, top 4, race number 5. In front of us is number 3, Silver Label, a 3-year-old Better's Delight Bay filly, owned by Miller Farms, trained by Nick Gallucci. Doug McNair with the winning drive. It's the 3rd win this year, 9th lifetime. Silver Label, 153 and 4. The 5th race payouts at 3 Silver Label, 250, 240, and 210. 5 Speaker Nancy, 590 and 310 and 1 got the gold, $2.30. The pick 5, 3,700, 11.95 on 5 of 5. The $2 exactor pays $9.80. The dollar try, $15.60, and the dollar super, $27.35. We're going to send things down trackside as we see that Robert has Doug McNair down at the winner's circle.
All right, I'm here trackside with Doug McNair, winning driver aboard Silver Label in the 2nd division of the OSS Gold for pacing fillies. First of all, Doug, you pick up this drive in the absence of James McDonald. You have driven her before, though, so pretty confident coming into this.
Yeah, she's. I think she's the top filly in this division. She can go over any size track. She raced good today, but the last time I drove her, I just got the worst trip I could have possibly got with her. I thought she was the best that day, going for 150, and we never got through yet. So it was good to get another chance to drive her and get a good rebound.
And coming into that last turn there, I know some people may have been a little bit concerned, but I thought you had lots left. I mean, was it pretty safe to say that you were confident the entire time on that final turn?
Yeah, she was just nonchalant on the front end. She had her ears up the whole way, kind of looking around, not really paying a whole lot of attention. She put a couple little steps in the last turn. I think just because she was getting rolling, because she's kind of a big filly, and I maybe should have had her rolling a little bit more before we hit that turn. But worked out good. She kind of just did that like breaking sticks. She's a really nice filly.
All right, and obviously, no strangers to the winner's circle on days like today. You're a 2-time winner in the Battle of the Bells, both times driving for your father, Greg McNair. No exception today. You're going to be aboard Shake It twice. Now, last week was kind of loose in the pocket on the final turn. Was that by design so she could have a big run in the stretch?
Yeah, James got things his own way up front, and I actually thought in the last turn if I could just be second, it'd probably work out just as good the way the fractions went. But she gapped a little bit. Just once I got her pulled the plugs, she just hit another gear, and obviously didn't want to run her up in James's back, so I moved her kind of early, and she just kind of nailed him on the wire. So it worked out good because she gets to draw good and go from there.
And how confident are you in her today?
Oh, she really. She was real good her first start, and then the second start she won, but she wasn't as good. And then last week she surprised me again. I don't know, she's got the inside. She's pretty handy. I think her chances should be real good.
All right, and of course, Battle of Waterloo, 4-time winner, all for your father, Greg McNair. And today, you've got one that some were surprised you went with Sounds Good over the Moment of Rose. I wasn't, because you've got the better post, and I thought it was very impressive. But what went into that decision?
Well, the post positions kind of changed my one from one horse to the next. They're both nice horses to drive and very handy. I just think he was real handy last week off the gate. He's got a really big engine for a short piece, but he carried well last week in the front. I mean, he had the earplugs in last week, so I'm just hoping he can rebound again. We started him in the gold, and he was 3rd in the first gold, and next week I got a bad first over trip with him. He got pretty weak on me, but he come back last week and showed it didn't hurt his feelings at all.
All right, and safe to say, same game plan this week?
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be racing them from off the pace. When you draw good like that and you got a nice handy horse, you hopefully be up near the front or on the front.
All right, Doug McNair, everyone, winning driver aboard Silver Label. He's got 2 live drives coming up later on in the card, Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. Thanks, Doug.
Fans note in race number 9, we have a driver change. It is on number 6 at the beach, Hanover. It will be Jody Jamison. Jody Jamison drives 6 at the beach, Hanover in race number 9. And just a note, you still have a chance to win the Queen's Plate tickets. $100 in HPI betting cards and Queen's Plate swag, approximately $500. Note that draw after the 6th race, so get that ballot in. It's in the middle of your program, or it's available at the betting windows as well. The 5th race order of finish from the tops at 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5. That's 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5. Field 4, race 6 on parade 1. Olena Tullamore for Teresa Stokes and Linda Dennis and Danielle Lunan. Number 2, Midnight Miracle, Bob Clore for Marquette Soul and Robert Newton in Chantam. And number 3 is Willie or Won't He, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossons and Phil McGuire. Four is Seeing a Magician, Trevor Henry for Jennifer Pinkerton. 5 is Aussie Lover, Jay Harris for Gord Remen. And 6, Power and Grace, Brent McDonough for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance and Lauren McClure. Number 7, Cool Muscle, Jody Jamison for Jessica Hayter. Number 8, Esquire, Doug McNair for Mark Goddard and Brandon Guerrera. And 9 is Come On Over Hanover, Louis Bois for Shane Barrington and Percy Elkins. Field of 9 preferred trotters featuring the Super High 5. And Rob, you went with Seeing a Magician, who is right now 2-1, the second choice, and a very logical choice, Seeing a Magician.
This horse is taking a lot of support right now, Gary. Seen a Magician, and you know, listen, last time, first over a long way from post 6. He didn't, fade out of it too badly. He still only got beat just over 2 lengths in 5th to Arrakis. Post 6, post 7 his last 2. Dominant winner before that, and the key for me today is the driver, Mr. Trevor Henry aboard. And this horse has had 5 different drivers throughout his career, never Trevor Henry before, and I think that the game plan's got to be to go forward off the gate, and he'll be tough to beat. He's a classy racehorse, and I love the addition of Trevor today.
Well, that certainly makes a lot of sense, and that's why the fans have this one at 2-1. You know, one that's 5-1, Power and Grace, look, has been getting better posts, but still Power and Grace is a very nice trotting mare.
Yeah, and she gets back her regular driver and Brett McDonald this time around. Now, Lauren McClure owns a piece of her, and he's driven her before, but Brett's had a lot of success with her. In those 39 career victories, he's been aboard for 23 of them, and I think that we're going to see him, put this horse into play off the gate tonight. 6-1 on the board. Listen, I think that's a pretty decent number on Power and Grace, and for me also, you've got to take into account this is the second start back in a regular rotation. So classy mare and one that by all rights fits with this group, and 5-1 on the board's not the worst price in the world.
Number 7, Cool Muscle, is one that we've both used towards the top of our ticket. You used this one third. I used Cool Muscle second, even post 7, but you got to think about her.
Yeah, Cool Muscle, I think, is probably the best horse pound for pound in the race. We saw it last time from post 8, closed up really nice. He'd only get beat three-quarters of a length, but I think he's up against it today. He's got post 7. He's not a horse that has blazing speed off the gate like we saw Sporty Tory blast out of there. I don't think Cool Muscle can really do that in this spot. He's going to be trying to come from out of it, and I remember, he raced really well last year in this same preferred spot, but he had to come from out of it and wasn't able to get there. So I think that he's one you have to be, considerate of, and 2-1 on the board to me is much too short for a horse that's going to be coming from off the pace. But yeah, do I think he's pound for pound the best horse in the race? Absolutely.
You know where I think the value right now is 5, Aussie Lover at 10-1. We saw this one come first up in this class 2 races ago and win, and before that was second to Seeing a Magician.
Lover is one that you have to think is going to be, better today. Obviously, post 7 last time, got away 7th off the gate, and lost a position, but really was never able to get into the race. This time around from post 5, you think he might go forward, and we saw that real nice effort 2 back when he was first over a long way before getting the job done as the favorite in the preferred here at the River. So I think that you've got to use him somewhere underneath. I just don't know if he can win today, and that's probably why he's 11-1 on the board.
And then I went to number 3, Willie or Won't He, 10-1 morning line. I took Willie or Won't He on top, and he's 7-1 right now.
Yeah, taking, quite a bit of support, really, and I mean, probably should be, because second start back off a layoff, and more importantly, he won this race last year, and he did it on the front end. I think if he gets put into play early, he's got a big chance in here, but for me, I just put him underneath in the exotics.
Well, it is a field of 9 for race number 6, preferred trotters. Oh, Lena, Midnight Miracle, and Willie or Won't He on the inside. In the center, Seeing a Magician and Aussie Lover. To the outside, Power and Grace, Cool Muscle, and Esquire. And the second tier, Come On, Hanover. It's a field of 9 for race number 6. And they're nearing the start. And the rough. Willie or won't he? Seen a Magician. Midnight Miracle from the outside. Cool Muscle and Esquire. Aussie Lover in the center of the track. They work around that first turn. Willie or won't he has got the early lead. Cool Muscle second. Esquire off stride. Midnight Miracle. So now Esquire finds a seat on the inside third. Seeing a Magician. Then Aussie Lover is racing position fifth as they race on to the opening quarter. Then further back is Olena. And then come on over Hanover. And Power and Grace is racing eighth. But Willie or won't he? And Colin Kelly at 11-1 leads on around the turn. 27-1 opening quarter. And Cool Muscle tracks in second. Esquire's racing third. And Seeing a Magician fourth as they race off the turn. And then Aussie Lover. Then a gap of 3 or 4 to Olena. But it is Willie or won't he as they race up to the half. Colin Kelly has tight lines on Willie or won't he right now as they race on past the half. Halftime 56-1 as they race on towards the 5/8. Second, Cool Muscle popping out from third now. And moving up is Seeing a Magician, or popping up from fourth now. Seeing a Magician is moving first over third. And then it is Aussie Lover backing away as Esquire. Off that 56-1 halftime, Willie or won't he now is going to get tested by Seeing a Magician. Willie or won't he and Seeing a Magician. Seeing a Magician is coming hard after Willie or won't he. And Cool Muscle is racing third. And then Aussie Lover. And it is Seeing a Magician. On the inside, Willie or won't he is trying to rally. And right there in the thick of things is Cool Muscle. Cool Muscle is sent out 3 wide. And then Aussie Lover as they turn for home. Cool Muscle and Seeing a Magician. They're going to settle things in the lane. Cool Muscle on the outside. On the inside, Seeing a Magician. Seeing a Magician and Cool Muscle. Seeing a Magician appeared to win it over Cool Muscle. Then finishing third, Aussie Lover. And fourth is between Olena and Come On Over Hanover. Mile of 1:55-3. And Seeing a Magician, I think, held on. And that was a strong performance.
It really was, Gary. And you know what? I'll be honest. I was going to be, pretty happy with a second place finish from him there when I saw Cool Muscle on his back, but he really dug in the stretch there and looks like he just hangs on at the wire. Seeing a Magician, I love the fact Trevor Henry up for the first time. He's no stranger in the winner's circle here at the River, and not what I expected. I thought he might try to get off the gate a little faster, but I mean, he comes first up, and this horse has proven he can last on those kind of trips, and then he holds off a very classy veteran and a Cool Muscle at the wire.
Well, I hope I didn't steer you wrong, and there it is. No, I guess, you got to just trust. I thought I saw Seeing a Magician, and you know what? I got one right, Seeing a Magician, but you got this one right on top. You took Seeing a Magician as your top play and went off at 2-1, but certainly battled hard. Got by Willie or won't he, but then had to deal with Cool Muscle.
Yeah, and took a lot more support than obviously I was hoping for. Was hoping for a better price than 2-1, but I knew he wouldn't go off as the favorite. Cool Muscle, again, I thought pound for pound was the best horse in the race, but I'm not so sure now because Seeing a Magician certainly went a tough trip to hold that one off. So Cool Muscle, raced well, obviously to be second, and Aussie Lover, gets onto the ticket at a decent price in third.
Well, I got a nice run also for about 3/4 of a mile with Willie or won't he. Might have been one race too early, but one to watch for.
Yeah, listen, he was a winner last year in this race, and he did so on the engine. He tried the same tactics today. They went pretty quick, 56-1 to the half. So I guess Willie will be back, and he'll be a mainstay in the preferred here at the River.
And I mentioned Aussie Lover was the value at 10-1, but Rob, have we seen this before? Could you use a horse from post 1 in the high 5?
Yeah, you know what? We see it so often here. At Grand River Raceway, the rail horse lands somewhere on the ticket and does so at a big price. Olena at 50-1. That should certainly help this high 5 pay well.
Olena, oh my, at 50-1, and then Come On Over Hanover. And if you like the 1, you could like the 9. At least I heard that from someone. I'm not sure who it was. 4-7-5-1-9 is the top 5, and back in front of us is number 4, Seeing a Magician, an 8-year-old Daylon Magician Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Jennifer Pinkerton. Trevor Henry is the winning driver with Seeing a Magician. Mile of 1:55-3. The sixth race payouts for Cena Magician, $680, $350, $290. 7 Cool Muscle, $293. 5 Aussie Lover, $450. 20-cent High Five pays $1,505. The $2 Exactor is $17.50. The dollar Try, $37.55. The dollar Pick, $444, $180.35. The sixth race payouts at the sixth race order of finish 496 137 285. That is 496 137 285.
We've got 6 races in the books, folks, and it's been a fantastic day of action so far here at Grand River Raceway on Industry Day. Seen a Magician, gutsy victory there in the preferred trot. Trevor Henry aboard for the first time, getting the job done over Cool Muscle, and now we've got a added wager for this one. So don't forget, this is a special Pick 5 wager, a late Pick 5 wager starting here in race number 7, the guaranteed pool $7,500. Of course, it will culminate with our 2 main events today, our co-main with the Battle of the Bells and the main event with the Battle of Waterloo. There's my ticket on the board right there for the late Pick 5. Again, start mapping out your winning wagers as well, but it starts right here in race 7. I'm going to single up on the 2 Freddie Bear, who right now is 3-1 on the board. I just love the fact that he gets a draw inside. He did get beat when racing against similar company here a couple starts back, but I think today he'll be good to go and ride that front end hopeful bias to victory. In race number 8, 3 deep for me with the 1, 6, and 7. That's Casimir Richie P. Love the fact that he gets the pole position. I think you also have to use the 2 outside horses, Armor Sealster and Ideal Perception. He was incredible in his last 2 here at Grand River Raceway, and I think that if he can overcome that outside starting spot, he'll be tough to beat, no question about it. In race number 9, I'm going to stick to the inside 3 horses. Jules Dragon has the pole position, early speed. I also like the 2 Magnum Moon. Was fond of this one at Mohawk Park last time. Came a big back half, but really couldn't get into the race. Likes it here at the river. Gets reunited with Jay Harris. I like Magnum Moon on top in that one. I also like the 3 Bit of Luck. Tough trip at Mohawk Park last time. First over a long way. I think can race better here tonight at Grand River. So today here at Grand River. So Bit of Luck is one I think might offer some value in race number 9. In the 2 big races, starting in race 10, I've got the 1 and 5. I like Shake It Twice on top. Rail position should be really good for her. We heard Doug McNair likes her chances, but Big Plans is one I think you have to use from post 5, and certainly showed that she can win from there already. So 2 deep in there with the 1 and 5, and then in the finale, I'm just going to single up on the 2. Sounds good. Very fast off the gate, inside starting spot. I think he'll be tough to catch. He raced really well last time and in his elimination, and I think he comes out and wins again today. And I'm banking on it being a big day again for Team McNair, and that ticket there will cost you just $3.60 for a 20-cent wager. Does Gary have a ticket for us?
Oh, why not? Here in the 7th race, I'm going to single, but I'm going to single Make Some Luck, who is a favorite from post 7 at 3-1. And then I'm going to go to race number 8, and yes, like you, I have 3 horses. But you know, I took the outside 3, Salzburg Victor, Armor Sealster, and Ideal Perception. I went the outside 3 there, so there's 3 in that one, the same as you went. I used 3 horses in the 9th, 1, 2, and 4, instead of Bit of Luck, Crosscut. So there's 3 horses there. In the 10th race, I went with 2 horses, the 2 at the 2 and the 5. I have the 5 Big Plans as my top horse, so I'm with the 5 and the 2 Brinley Sealster. I don't have Shake It Twice, so we have a difference of opinion there. And then in the 11th race, Koopa Loop and Sounds Good. So I took 2 in there where you took 1, so I had to spend double the money that you spent, $7.20. We'll see if spending a little more might help me.
Well, Gary getting off his wallet in this late Pick 5 wager, spending more than yours truly, but I like it. We've got a big guarantee of $7,500, so I like spending a little bit more here. We both can't be winners, but hopefully one of us punches a winning ticket here, and you got to punch your winning ticket. You've got 1 minute away, and so the horse will be moving out onto the track for race number 7. Get your late Pick 5 tickets in, and I'll be back in a race or 2.
Field for the 7th on parade. 1 Tarot, Bob McClure for David Fry. Number 2 is Freddie Bear, Jason Ryan for Rod Boyd, and a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 3 is Little Manny Ryan Roche for Dr. Trevin Shive. Number 4 is Kissin' by the Beaches, Brent McDonough for Mark Goddard and Brandon Guerrera. 5, No Time at All, Sammy Fillion for Carol Voyer and Bruce Tremblay. Number 6, Shades of Bay, Paul McKenzie for Joe Pereira and Maple Leaf Racing. Number 7 is Make Some Luck, Jody Jamieson for Stephanie McDermott. And number 8 is P.L. Oliver, Colin Kelly for Matt Dupuis. Field of 8, race number 7 does start the late pick 5, and we'll get a look at some of these players in the 7th race. We're going to start with number 7, Make Some Luck, Jody Jamieson. Now look at it, is a post position problem, but Make Some Luck is one that's got a lot of back class. The thing is, though, only 5 races since January 1st of last year. But most recently, that was a pretty game second. That was the only top 3 during that 5, but that was a very sharp one at Georgian Downs in a bottom condition class. And Make Some Luck maybe he can make some hay here, just thinking about his back class and just firing on out. But certainly Make Some Luck will need some racing luck, whatever the plan is from post position 7. But I've got faith in Double J and Stephanie McDermott training. Make Some Luck, 4-1 on the board right now. Number 2, Freddie Bear, is one that's maybe a more logical pick because you don't have to deal with the post position problem. And Freddie Bear did have a favorable post 2 races ago, fired to the front, did get beaten by At the Beach Hanover, but that one's not in here. And Freddie Bear was a game second and finished in front of No Time at All. Another one in here that should get some respect. But Freddie Bear is one you could snuggle up to here, but not at a price. 2-1. Number 5, No Time at All, is one that parked early last race and then cleared to the front of Kawartha and carried a long way before just getting caught in the stretch and finishing 3rd, beaten just a length and a half. And we've seen No Time at All race here as well. A nice effort from the trailer post 2 races ago. Finished behind Freddie Bear, but did more work. Freddie Bear went to the front. No Time at All is one that had to work from the trailer post and get out there 3 wide and come on. That was a very credible effort. And before that, you see a 53-2 at Georgian. You see a 52-3 at Mohawk, July the 1st. So No Time at All is one that I could clearly understand you backing in here. No Time at All shows some pretty good stuff of late on the card, and No Time at All is 7-1 on the board. And another one to take a look at, well, it is a post position problem, but number 8, P.L. Oliver, if you're going to take post 7, maybe at least you can consider post 8 for a share, because P.L. Oliver has been making the top 3 at a pretty regular clip. Look at last year, 20 out of 24 in the top 3, and this year has been not much different, 16 out of 21. This is one that's tough to leave off the top 4. Top 3 especially, but top 4 in P.L. Oliver is 7-1 on the board, despite that outside post position. Just offers some value, but I don't think it's one that you can leave off the ticket. I think you've got to find a way to get the 8 P.L. Oliver on there. You got to twist yourself into knots and get that 8 P.L. Oliver onto your ticket. And maybe we'll take a quick look at number 4, Kissin' by the Beaches, because Kissin' by the Beaches had the trailer post at Kawartha last race, and before that, post 6 at Hanover. But you go back 3 back. This one raced pretty well at Kawartha. Kissin' by the Beaches is one that has earned more than $1,000 a start this year and was pretty good last year as a 4-year-old. Only 13 starts, but 5 wins. Kissin' by the Beaches, 9-2 on the board. You get Brent McDonald for Mark Goddard. Just might be able to be one that can find onto the ticket a position. But I am on 7, Make Some Luck. And Robert, who is off doing some double duty right now, is backing Freddie Bear at 5-2. Actually, co-favorites. We have the co-favorites. Both of us now at 5-2 on the board. It is rolling for race number 7, Tarot, Freddie Bear. Little Manny on the inside of the center, kissing by the beaches, and no time at all to the outside. Shades of Bay and Make Some Luck, and P.L. Oliver. It is a field of 8 for race number 7. Field for the 7th race. Into the stretch, gathering speed, approaching the start. There at the start of the rough, and Freddie Bear is going to come out quickly, kissing by the beaches, and Make Some Luck on the outside with P.L. Oliver as they sprint into that first turn. Freddie Bear has got the lead. Make Some Luck is on the outside, racing second. Kissing by the beaches is third away, and P.L. Oliver is going to find a seat to the inside, fourth in front of No Time at All, and then it is back to Tarot, Little Manny, and Shades of Bay. And now Make Some Luck is going to make some hay on the lead, and is in front by 2. Freddie Bear second, kissing by the beaches third, and P.L. Oliver is fourth. And then it is No Time at All. Back to Tarot and Little Manny, and to the outside Shades of Bay. 27-2 is the opening quarter as the field races their way on around the turn, and it is Make Some Luck and Double J who's got the front over Freddie Bear, and kissing by the beaches on the inside third, and then racing to the outside. Here comes P.L. Oliver now, working first over. No Time at All is second over fifth, and Tarot is racing sixth, and then Little Manny and Shades of Bay is trailing the field. 56-4 is the halftime. Make Some Luck into the backstretch. Freddie Bear is racing second. P.L. Oliver is on the outside third, and then kissing by the beaches and No Time at All, and Little Manny and Tarot. It is Make Some Luck, who's got a lead of about 2.5 for 3 right now over Freddie Bear. Off that 56-4 halftime, they roll to 3/4, and third is P.L. Oliver. Out 3 wide, No Time at All to the inside, kissing by the beaches, and then Little Manny and Tarot. It is Make Some Luck getting a little closer. Freddie Bear now. Freddie Bear is snuggled up tighter and now moves out. It is Make Some Luck and Freddie Bear to duel on down the lane. Make Some Luck on the inside. Freddie Bear on the outside. Freddie Bear on the outside is going to roll by and take it over Make Some Luck, and then No Time at All was third, and finishing fourth was P.L. Oliver. Mile of 1:54.2. Freddie Bear. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 7. It's number 2, Freddie Bear, an 8-year-old Western Terror Bay horse owned by a numbered company from Ottawa. Rod Boyd is the trainer. It's the Fifth win this year, a 24th lifetime for Freddie Bear, driven to victory by Jason Ryan. The seventh race payouts to Freddie Bear, 710, 310, 290. 7 make some luck, 340, 285, no time at all, 380. Dollar pick 3, 3 of 3, 31.25. $2 exactor, $23.90. Dollar try, $48.55. Dollar super, $126.90. The seventh race, Order of finish from the top, 815-63724. That's 815-63724. The field for race number 8 on parade. One is Casimir Richie P., Louis Bois, Tisha Symes, and Michael Goldberg. Number 3 is Don't Poke the Dragon, Travis Culliver, Jody Cullen, and JJJ Stables and Paul Sanders. And number 4, Brave You Bondi, Trevor Henry for Dan Legacy, and Edwin Bueller and Robert Van Ostrand. Number 5, Salzburg Victor, Brett McDonald for Ron McDonald. Number 6, Armor Silster, Jody Jameson for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Corchens and Mart West Racing. And number 7 is Ideal Perception, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables Field of 6, race number 8. Let's get a look at this field for race number 8. And well, first up, we're going to take a look at number 6, Armor Sealster, one that things were going well last race at Mohawk, and then an interference break, and Armor Sealster dropping out of it. But look at the speed before that. In fact, you see a couple of sub 150 miles. You see a 49 and 1 mile, June the 25th. Final quarter of 25 and 4, and this is one last year as a 3-year-old. Just at 12 starts, earned 103,000. And Armor Sealster is definitely one that has that speed. And you see that taking a career mark, a win in 49 and 1 last year in those 5 wins out of 12 starts. Armor Sealster 3-1. But number 4, Braveview Bondi, also shows some pretty good speed. A mile of 150 just 2 races ago. Last race was battling first up and backed away badly. But Braveview Bondi is one that definitely could come flying back into form. Has been a big earner the last couple seasons. This is one that spent time south of the equator earlier in his career, so that's why you see this is an 8-year-old that's made big money the last 2 years, and yet that's the career earnings. Braveview Bondi did take a mark of 49 and 3 at Tioga last year, and has big wheels 7-2. Number 5, Salzburg Victor, has been racing well in the pop-up series and had a good start at Georgian Downs in a high-level condition class, winning at Georgian at 52 and 4. And certainly that last race at Mohawk, leaving at a post 10, parking early, making to the front, and just got picked up by Hunter Hill at the finish in 150 and 3. Salzburg Victor at 7-2 is certainly a main thought in here, because Salzburg Victor has been racing consistently well of late. And also, let's go down to the inside. Casimir Richie P. is getting the love at 5-2 on the board. Has gate speed on the inside, which is oh so important on the half-mile track. A couple of wins and a couple of seconds in the past 4, so it's kind of tough to leave this one off of your top a few spots. But Casimir Richie P., there's some nice ones in here. Casimir Richie P., though, does have plenty of back class, 403,000 lifetime, and seems to have really come back into his own of late. So 5-2. Louis Bois for Tisha Symes, Casimir Richie P. And we have to touch on 7, Ideal Perception, because look at the last race here. Went out and kicked butt. 151 and 3 over this track is no laughing matter. Ideal Perception won by 4 lengths July the 18th, and then won by 8 3/4 last time out. But it's the speed, the way that Ideal Perception did it. Firing 26-second opening quarter, half of 54 and 3, a mile of 51 and 3 over this track. That is unbelievable. 7-2 on the board. Outside post, talented field, is definitely in tougher, but boy, the last 2 races make you think, well, maybe. And you do get 4-1 on the board. It's a field of 6 for race number 8 as we are moving our way towards race 10, which is the Battle of the Bells, and race 11, the Battle of Waterloo, presented by Winback Farm, coming up a little later in the program. The Preferred Pacers up first, though. Field of 6, race 8. We're less than a minute to post time. Gate is rolling for race number 8, Casimir Richie P. Don't Poke the Dragon on the inside. In the center, Braveview Bondi and Salzburg Victor to the outside. Armor Sealster and Ideal Perception. It's a field of 6 for the 8th race. Field 4, race number 8. Into the stretch drive, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the drive. Casimir Richie P, Braveview Bondi, Armor Sealster from the outside. Then it is Don't Poke the Dragon, Salzburg Victor, and Ideal Perception. Into the backstretch they go. Casimir Richie P establishes the early lead. Braveview Bondi is second away. Armor Sealster now is going to wheel to the pylons third. Then it is Don't Poke the Dragon, Ideal Perception. Salzburg Victor trails the field. Casimir Richie P at 5-1 has the lead as they race on to the opening quarter. Braveview Bondi is racing second for Trevor Henry on the back of Casimir Richie P and Louis Bois. 26-2 the opening quarter. Armor Sealster third. Don't Poke the Dragon is racing fourth, and then Ideal Perception and Salzburg Victor, and they race off the turn. And it is Casimir Richie P, Braveview Bondi up closer in the pocket, and now Armor Sealster is going to flash to the outside first over, giving cover to Don't Poke the Dragon. And Ideal Perception is racing fifth. And now it is Armor Sealster who's coming on. Armor Sealster is dueling with Casimir Richie P. And Armor Sealster is taking the front. Don't Poke the Dragon now on the outside, trying to track down Armor Sealster. Armor Sealster, Don't Poke the Dragon. Ideal Perception has moved up and racing for this Braveview Bondi. It is Armor Sealster as they roll the backstretch to 3/4 off to that 54-3 halftime. Armor Sealster leads it now by a length and 3/4. For now, turning back, Don't Poke the Dragon. Ideal Perception is on the outside third and is coming pretty rapidly now. It is Armor Sealster, Ideal Perception as they turn for home. Armor Sealster and Double J to the inside. Ideal Perception and Anthony Hahn on the outside. Armor Sealster is game though. Armor Sealster turns back Ideal Perception. Then Braveview Bondi, and fourth is between Salzburg Victor and Don't Poke the Dragon. A mile of 1:52-1. Armor Sealster. On the board, we have a 6-7-4-3. Back in front of us, the winner of race number 8. It is number 6, Armor Sealster. A 4-year-old better is Delight Bay Gelding, owned by Jeffrey Cord Shans and Mart West Racing. Gabriela Sasso is the trainer. Jody Jamison, the winning driver, second win this year, seventh lifetime. Armor Sealster, 152 and
Main
1.
events are coming up a little later on. The one thing I wanted to point out.
Eighth race pound, 6 Armor Sealster, 440, 270, 240, 7 Ideal Perception, 540, and 250, and 4 Brave You Bondi, 280, $2 exactor, $16.90 try, $23.45 super, 88.20. Eighth race over a finish from the top is a 6 scratch 4 3 5 1 2. That's 6 scratch 4 3 5 1 2. Field 4, race number 9 is on parade. 1, Jules Dragon, Travis Gulliver, Jody Cullen, and A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. Number 2 is Magnum Moon, Jay Harris for Jim Wellwood, and Jeffrey Wellwood and Reicheld Stables. Number 3 is Bit of Luck, Louis Bois for Tisha Symes and Michael Goldberg. And number 4 is Crosscut, Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. 5 is Devil's Peak, Trevor Henry for Gerard Demers and Carmelo Shime. Number 6 at the beach, Hanover, Jody Jamieson for Ashley Lenvoy and Gino Toscani. And number 7 is Robert's Legacy, Paul McKenzie for Phil Price Jr. Number 8, Night Watchman, Doug McNair for Craig Burrs and Durko Sokolovic. It is a field of 8 for race number 9. Let's get a look at this field for the 9th race, and we're going to start with 1, Jules Dragon. We see this one scoring down right now. I think Jules Dragon, the plan from post 1 is to fire early. Got a pocket trip last race. Now the winner, Ideal Perception, put up that monster mile of 51 and 3, but Jules Dragon from the inside is likely to fire early. That looks like the plan, what we're looking at right now. And Jules Dragon, 4 to 5 on the board, is my top pick. And this is one that you see racing at 51 and 3 at Mohawk just 3 races ago, and 52 the start after that. Plenty of speed on the program. In fact, also June the 14th at Georgian Downs, second beaten a nose in 151 and 4. Certainly a good speed mile on the 5/8 track at Georgian Downs. Number 2, Magnum Moon. We have seen this one bold here to from an outside post and try to make the lead. June the 20th here from post 7 went flying off the gate, 27-1 opening quarter. But then still, that was a game effort because it was able to dig and finish second, beaten ahead. 3 consecutive strong performances. Moved up and faced tougher in the last couple. One made a break and the other one didn't leave. But I think Magnum Moon, the plan is to fire off the gate. And it could be a trip horse. Also might be able to sit behind Jules Dragon or might just try to beat Jules Dragon to the front. 8 to 1. Nice price. I think that's enticing on Magnum Moon. Robert's top pick. Number 4, Crosscut. Well, post 7 at Georgian Downs last race and 1 going away, winning by a couple of lengths in 53 and 2. Back-to-back strong performances. Had been off form, 1 back in the middle of May, and then things kind of went south for a while, but seems to be back rolling. It dropped down and got things going again. Now this is a move back up, but this is one that has a bit of back class and might be able to move back up. Crosscut is 6 to 1. Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton. Number 8, Night Watchman. Oh, post position 8 is tough, but you see 51 and 2 at Mohawk 2 races ago, and you think, in this class, Night Watchman, but it is post 8, so one you got to tread lightly from the post position, but one you could use on the ticket somewhere, I think. Night Watchman could probably get onto the ticket lower down in the spot. Night Watchman is currently 15 to 1. And the one that Robert likes as his second choice is number 3, Bit of Luck. Did not have any luck at Mohawk last time out. Parked every step of the way and backed away. But the start just before it was a very game third, beaten half a length in 153. So Bit of Luck looking to bounce back to that. Has been a bit inconsistent, though, and the year only 2 top 2 finishes in 19 starts. But you do see some nice flashes and compares reasonably well here. And you get Louis Bois for Tisha Symes. Bit of Luck is 6 to 1 on the board. It is a field of 8, race number 9. As we're moving our way through the program, note race 10, the Battle of the Bells final coming up after this race, and then the Battle of Waterloo presented by Winback Farm, race number 11.
from my original doctors.
Gate is rolling for race number 9, checking up their positions. Jules Dragon, Magnum Moon, and Bit of Luck on the inside of the center. Cross Cut and Devil's Peak to the outside. At the beach, Hanover Probert's Legacy and Night Watchman. It's a field of 8. It is race number 9. They are gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough. Devil's Peak, Jules Dragon, Probert's Legacy and Night Watchman. Those your first 4. Then it is Magnum Moon and Bit of Luck. And then it is back to Crosscut. And at the beach, Hanover is surfing from a trailing spot. Jules Dragon with the lead. Probert's Legacy is probing for an inside spot and is going to find the pocket. Racing third right now is Devil's Peak and Night Watchman with a spot on the inside, 4th in front of Magnum Moon. And then it is Bit of Luck and Crosscut. And at the beach, Hanover's back trailing the field. Jules Dragon, the 3-5 favorite to an opening quarter at 27-1, leads Probert's Legacy, who's 19-1 on the board. Devil's Peak is on the inside third. Night Watchman, now we can watch that one coming first over, and is about 3 off the lead as they race on towards us. And then Magnum Moon is spotted second over on the back of Night Watchman. And then it is Bit of Luck and Crosscut, and then back to At the Beach Hanover as they race their way on past the half in 57 seconds. And leading the way is Jules Dragon. Jules Dragon, Probert's Legacy, Night Watchman shipping away on the outside. But Jules Dragon off that 57-second halftime of the 29-4 second panel still has control. Leads in length and a half over Probert's Legacy. 3 wide. Magnum Moon now is moving and is coming on gamely in pursuit of Jules Dragon. Jules Dragon, Magnum Moon, Probert's Legacy. Devil's Peak backing away Night Watchman. They race in the final turn, 3/4, 125-3. Magnum Moon now is moved up and taken over the front from Jules Dragon. Magnum Moon and Jules Dragon. Devil's Peak and racing for Probert's Legacy. Magnum Moon as they come on down the stretch drive. Magnum Moon is going to be the winner. And then second is between Devil's Peak and Jules Dragon. And then it was Crosscut, a mile of 1:54-2. Magnum Moon. And Robert, you nailed Magnum Moon at 5-1.
Yeah, you listen, Gary, we love this horse here at the river, and getting back here was just what he needed, and also reunited with Jay Harris. And I got a chance to just talk for a moment with Jay, and he said that he was racing so well before that miscue and was hoping he'd be the same horse again. Well, I think he is, because that was a real solid effort. And you know, we were marveling at this horse, the way he came back. And at Mohawk Park last time, you know, I write the horse player's journal there, and I put him on top, and he had too much work to do, and became a big back half. And I was excited about him today. And 5-1, you know, it's nice to get back over here to the infield and book a winner.
You know, the thing we talked about earlier today, to watch how the track played out and if it would be front end speed. And we know that Magnum Moon can get off the gate, but from post 2, it wound up being a second over trip. And he had to pull 3 wide as they went to 3/4, and yet Magnum Moon was able to race from off the pace and get the job done.
But I mean, full credit to Jay Harris giving him, you know, a perfect steer. And you know what, Magnum Moon's the type that I think he really relishes that opportunity, right? Racing off a helmet, and when you unleash him, he's got a kick. And like I said, we saw it in his first 3 starts back here that he comes home with authority. And you can see right there, I mean, he was the easiest kind of winner for Jay Harris. And 54-2 is a big mile. And I think we're going to see him continue to get good things. I think that miscue might just be a blip on the radar, and obviously he certainly enjoys it here on the half.
Jules Dragon was able to stick for second, and I thought he'd give a little more resistance, and went down as a 3-5 favorite.
Yeah, you know, battled early, and I mean, one that you know sometimes has a hard time getting to the winner's circle, but is always right there. So for me, it would have been tough to take a short price on him at 3-5. That's why I went in the direction of Magnum Moon, and 5-1 was sure a nice number on him.
Well, I do love that number. I love that you took Magnum Moon on top, a horse that we have been marveling at, and you mentioned that Jay Harris has the key with Magnum Moon, and you scored it 5-1. Back in front of us is Magnum Moon. 4-year-old Shadow Play Bay gelding, all by Jim Wellwood and Jeffrey Wellwood and BC Reicheld Stables. Jim Wellwood is the trainer. Jay Harris, the Green Arrow, In the winner's circle with Magna Moon, second win this year, fourth lifetime, mile of 154 and 2. Ninth race payouts to Magna Moon 1240, 460, and 281. Jules Dragon 230, 210. 5 Devil's Peak 430, $2 exactor 22.20, dollar try 80.90, dollar super 243.90. Ninth race order finish from the top is at 215,43786. That's 215,43786.
Robert Reed Jr. trackside, and it's time to announce the winner of our Queen's Plate prize package for Queen's Plate 2022. The winner is Brian Skilton. That's Brian Skilton. If that's you, you're going to want to make your way to the gift shop in the main lobby to collect your prize. Again, the winner of the Queen's Plate Prize Pack 2022 is Brian Skilton. Congratulations.
The field for the 10th race, the Battle of the Bells final on parade. 1, Shake It Twice. Doug McNair for Greg McNair and John Fleischman and George Gruhl Jr. Number 2, Brindley Sealster, Jody Jameson for Jack Darling Stables. Number 3, Western Flame, Sylvain Fillion for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing Stable. Number 4 is not there, but 5 is. And there is number 4, Blue Glamber, Jonathan Drury for Jody Cullen and Travis Cullen. Number 5 is Big Plans, Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Martin Stables and Dave Boyle. There is number 6, Wifey Said So, Eddie Hensley for Jody Cullen and Travis and Ron Cullen and Keith Hanna. Number 7 is I'm a Doll. It's Bob Clover, John Pentland, and Alan Bowden and Sherry Sumner. John shares in ownership. Number 8 is Lions Better Day. It is Anthony Hahn for Anthony Beaton and 3 Lions Racing. And number 9 is Glenn Burrow, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. The field for race number 10, a field of 9, the Battle of the Bells final. And let's get right to it, Rob. This is an interesting field to look at. The tote board thinks it's a 2-horse race, but I beg to differ. But we're going to start with 1, Shake It Twice, Doug McNair on the inside.
Yeah, Shake It Twice for me is my top selection, Gary. And, I love the fact that, right away after post-parade, Doug scored her down and did so pretty well. And I just love the way she ran down Lions Better Day last time and was kind of loose in the pocket on the final turn and really surged, home in 27-4 and had post 5 on that occasion. Now gets to work from the pole position, and I think there's no question this one's pushing off the gate and should be either on the lead or in the 2-hole. So I just think Shake It Twice is one that's coming into her own right now and will be tough to beat in here.
Now we should mention the wins, the win in the grassroots and then the win in the Battle of the Bells here. But we're going to look at 5 big plans. This one has 3 wins. 2 of them were OSS Gold and then winning the elimination here. Big Plans comes in with a little bigger credentials.
Yeah, she does. There's no question about it. And I mean, last time, it looked a little bit dicey on the final turn, and then all of a sudden, she kicked in again and won with ease. So I think you've got to look at her and say, well, you know what? She's won 3 in a row. She's got post 5, and she's already proven she can win from there. So she's obviously the main danger to Shake It Twice, and maybe even, she's the one that deserves the most respect. Which the tote board right now, they're both getting support, but she might end up being the favorite come post time. 2 wins in the gold, 3 for 4 lifetime, and a nice third to start off her career. So big plans, again, might be the one to beat. I did go in the direction of Shake It Twice, but I think it's those 2.
Well, those 2 are currently just at 6-5 on the board, and now the fans have been swayed by you, and Shake It Twice has dropped to even money on the board. But we don't often see the top 2 horses come 1-2 because somebody gets the better trip and is able to split them. Could that one be number 2, Brindley Sealster?
Well, if you remember, Gary, I was really fond of this one last time because she had a couple of troubled trips in those OSS Gold races at Mohawk Park. And then from post 6, she blasted out. It was a good, solid opening quarter for her to get in the 2-hole. Then she moved out side second over briefly on the turn and then came around Blue Glamber to get the job done by 3/4 of a length. She was bet down to favoritism on that day, and I knew she'd kind of get overlooked a little bit today at 7-1, and And I think she's a logical one to land underneath, but maybe she can split them because she does have post 2, and she's shown she can get off the gate well.
And we like you said the one Shake It Twice leaving off the gate. Well, then 9 Glenboro gets put into play at 25-1. An incredible second to Big Plans last time out.
Yeah, and she's actually coming to her own right now. I'm surprised she's 25-1 on the board. I guess for a win ticket, maybe it's tough to get there from the trailing post. But you look at her form and you see that she just got beat 3 back, and then last time she sat the 2-hole, the Big Plans, and finished a credible second from post 6. And before that, blew her rivals away in a grassroots event at Mohawk Park. So I mean, you've got to figure she's going to end up getting a decent enough trip from the trailing post behind Shake It Twice, and if she does, she should be a part of this somewhere. For me, likely the bottom end of the trifecta is super, but I do think she's value right now on the board.
It's interesting that post 9 doesn't have the high win percentage, but it gets on the ticket often because it gets enough of a trip to at least land on the ticket, but doesn't get home in front often enough. So it is the second worst post position here, actually. But Blue Glamber is one that I want to just talk about. That was a very good effort in the final. I got beaten by Brindley Sealster late, got picked up late, but still pretty solid effort.
Yeah, and both Jody Cullen horses are going off at big numbers right now, and I thought Blue Glamber would take a little more support. 18-1, I don't have any issue if someone wants to take a shot on her.
Well, right now you have Shake It Twice as the even money favorite. I have Big Plans at 3-2. Shake It Twice taking up position with Brindley Sealter and Western Flames.
Of the Bells.
In the center, Blue Glamber and Big Plans. And to the outside, Wifey Said So When I'm a Dolan. Lions Better Day in the second tier, Glenboro. It is a field of 9, race number 10, the Battle of the Bells final. Here they come. Field for race number 10 is at the start of the rough. Big Plans has plans on trying to make the lead and is going to sprint out and get to the front. Shake It Twice. And on the outside, Brindley Sealter. Brindley Sealter now is going to find the pocket. Shake It Twice is third. Blue Glamour is racing fourth. Then to the inside, Glenboro. Then it is back to Western Flames and Lions Better Day. Wifey Said So. And I'm a Dolan. There goes Shake It Twice now. Shake It Twice is shaking early and is looking to drive up and grab the lead from Big Plans, and now it is Shake It Twice, even money on the board, leading Big Plans, who's also at even money right there in the pocket. Brindley Sealter third, Blue Glamour is racing fourth, and then it is Glenboro and Western Flames and Lions Better Day and Wifey Said So When I'm a Doll, and they race off the turn, and it is Shake It Twice who's got the lead for Doug McNair. Big Plans rides in the pocket, Brindley Sealter third, here comes Blue Glamour now working first over. Glenboro is spotted second over and is racing fifth, and then it is Western Flames and Lions Better Dan Amador. Wifey Said So is trailing 56-3 the halftime, and into the backstretch they go, and it is Shake It Twice and Blue Glamour. Blue Glamour threatening. Shake It Twice, though, drives on, has a lead at about a length right now over Blue Glamour, and now settled wide. There goes Glenboro 3 wide. Glenboro, Big Plans is on the inside, racing fourth on the back of Shake It Twice. Glenboro, Shake It Twice. Glenboro sticks a nose in front. Shake It Twice. Big Plans on the inside. And now Brindley Sealter is kicking in late and is moving up now on the inside. Big Plans is making a big sprint. Big Plans has popped to the outside but has to catch Glenboro, who's got the lead. It is Glenboro, Big Plans, and Shake It Twice. They come on down the stretch drive. Glenboro on the outside. Big Plans. Big Plans with a big move to win the Battle of the Bells final. Glenboro was second. Then it was Brindley Sealter and Shake It Twice. 156-4. Big Plans with a big move from the 3/4 to home, Rob.
Yeah, that was. And, it does look like she was, having some trouble on that final turn again before she kicked into gear, and she really did a good job to run down Glenboro, who ended up getting some separation on the field there in the turn for home. And listen, she raced really well. We talked about the price on her. It was way too big at 25-1. I only picked her for fourth, but one that you had to think had a chance in there, and obviously got past a good one and Shake It Twice, and then just couldn't hold off the late charge of Big Plans. But very impressive effort from this filly, and she's now won 4 in a row. And just off to a fantastic start in her career.
And we should mention, Rob, Big Plans is going to have to survive an inquiry. The judges are reviewing racing action past the half, so the inquiry goes up pertaining to 5 Big Plans. Glenborough put in a huge effort, and I'll tell you, as they turned for home, you could see big plans coming, but you had to think that Glenborough might have a shot.
Listen, I thought she actually got enough separation that she might be gone on them, to be perfectly honest. And, the price, like we said, was really big at 25 to 1, but big plans, it was a real nice closing effort. And shake it twice. I mean, she was used pretty hard. I thought that she might be able to get away better. When she landed the 3-hole, I think Doug did the right thing by just quarter pulling and getting to the lead, because that's where you've got to be. She just wasn't able to withstand the heat late.
And then also, we did use the same top 4. We had the 1, 2, 5, and 9 in different orders, but 9 Glenborough is the one that's going to make this pay. Brindley Sealster had a pretty credible effort.
And how often do we talk about this, Gary, that you've got a couple of horses taking all the support, but they end up getting split by some bigger price horses. And the Brindley Sealster was, the next choice in the betting, because there's 2 even money shots. But Glenborough, who, I mean, by all rights, had to have a chance in here. Second at 25 to 1 will certainly help these exotics.
It is right now 5-9-2-1, and we're going to still see if 5 big plans can survive the inquiry, as the inquiry sign is up into racing action past the half onto the turn. Back in front of us is the unofficial winner of race number 10. 5 big plans. A 2-year-old All Bets Off Bay filly, owned by Bob McIntosh at Martin Stables and Dave Boyle. Bob McIntosh, the trainer. Trevor Henry with the driving double. 4th win in 5 starts. Big plans. Making the presentation, Deborah Whale, Director and First Vice President of Grand River Ag Society and Director of Grand River Raceway. Fans, note the inquiry right now pertaining to 5 big plans, as we see racing action right there on that turn. Fans, note the judges ruling that there were no violations of the racing regulations. Big plans will stand as the winner. On the board, we have a 5-9-2-1.
Right, I'm here trackside with winning driver, the Battle of the Bells 2022 aboard Big Plans, Trevor Henry. And, Trevor, some tenuous moments on the final turn there?
Yeah, they kind of had me pinned down in there. I had nowhere to go, and I had to wait till I had a little room. Once I got room, I was just hoping I had enough time to make it up. Like, she raced awesome.
And, I mean, was there concern? Did you think you were going to get that space? And when you did get out, I mean, Glenborough got away from you pretty good. Were you confident you'd catch her?
Well, the only thing that saved me, I didn't use mine hard. I hadn't used her just a bit leaving, and it's a good thing, because that would save me the race.
And last week in the elimination, some people were mentioning, in the final turn, maybe she had trouble with the turn, or were you just kind of letting them come back to you and then sprint away in the stretch?
Well, she's kind of green on the front, and when Dougie come with the other co-favorite, I wasn't too concerned about letting him go, because she is better off a helmet.
3 in a row. Obviously, 2 wins at the gold level. I mean, is you think she's going to be the dominant force in the golds this year?
Oh, I don't know whether she's dominant. There's a lot of good colts or fillies, sorry, in there, and she's definitely in the top 3 for sure.
All right. Trevor Henry, winning driver in the Battle of the Bells aboard Big Plans. Congratulations, Trevor.
Thank you.
The 10th race payouts 5 big plans for 30, 280, 289, Glenboro 986, 22, Brindley Sealster 420. $2 exactor 51, $50 tribe 90, $15 super 100 96.35. 11th and final dash is up next. The Battle of Waterloo final presented by Winback Farm. Field of 9, no changes. Post time now in 15 minutes. The 10th race order finish from the top is a 4-3-5-7-1-9-6-8-2. That's 4-3-5-7-1-9-6-8-2.
Robert Reed Jr. coming to you from the Winback Farms Winner's Circle with a very special guest. We've got Pat Woods, who is the manager of Winback Farms Canada. And, first of all, Pat, I know you got the whole team out today. Just want to know how you're enjoying the day so far and what the highlights were.
It's been a great day out here so far. The weather's held, hasn't been too hot, nice breeze. My whole team from the farms here, plus 3 of our managers from the Maryland farm, flew up specifically for this event today, just to be a part of it.
Awesome. So, and you manage the Canadian arm of Winback Farms. Of course, their flagship is south of the border. You can maybe just tell us a little bit about what your role is and how the Canadian operation fits into the overall scheme of things.
So ultimately, my job is anything up in Canada I'm responsible for, with the stallions, the brood mares, the sales, all of that stuff. And we're well supported by the Maryland farm. They're right there behind me. But ultimately, I'm the one that has to, put these things together and make sure they run properly.
So I've had a lot of people over the years ask me a question about breeding that I really can't answer that maybe you can help me with right now. People will ask me, how does a breeding operation decide where they're going to stand a certain sire? So can you give us some insight on that?
Some of that has to do with like the type of mares, what crosses well with the majority of mares in that province or state. And we feel where a stallion will fit within a sire stakes program and we put our heads together and decide with the owners of the horse where they want to stand.
And on a day like today, with so much on the line, you've obviously you've got a real vested interest, but your work's long done. You've already kind of done your side of it, and now it's in the hands of the horsemen that have the horses that you've bred and the ones that are offspring of your sires. So is there anxiety or stress for you today, or is it just really sit back and enjoy the show?
Well, we always hope that our stallions perform well, and we've got a great lineup with Better Light and Shadow Play, who've been lights out over the last couple years now, and a bunch of new sires coming in. So for us, we get to sit back and watch these babies really go out there and perform, and we just hope for the best. And there's a few of them in here that we find a soft spot for that we're really hoping.
And let's talk a little more about those, the first crop sires that you have going through the sales ring. Their babies will go into the sales ring for 2022. You've got 4 of them. Maybe who they are, and also if there's any that you're most excited about.
Yeah, we've got McWicked, Stag Party, Jimmy Freight, and then the Trotter, the Bank. All of their offspring look fantastic. They're very correct. We have really high hopes on them. We're hearing great feedback from other farms on what their yearlings look like, and they're supported in all the sales, including Harrisburg, Lexington, and up here in the Ontario sale and the London sale. So there's a lot of really good feedback from them, so we have really high hopes on them.
And you're going to have the Ontario Select sale at your farm and at Winback Farms. And just wondering, first of all, let the folks know when that is and how many babies they can expect to see go through the ring.
Yeah, this year, there'll be over 50 yearlings that go through the ring. There'll be the first crop sires supported well. I know off the top of my head, we have, I think, a dozen shadow plays going through, which are really sought after, especially the way Bulldog's been racing and the way Desperate Man raced. So we expect a good turnout, and there's lots of great horses for people to come purchase.
Any hints or thoughts who the cell topper might be?
There's a couple real nice looking McWickeds in there, and there's a couple really nice shadow plays. And it wouldn't shock me if a Trotter or an Archangel, maybe a sail topper.
And a day like today, Industry Day, how important is the partnership? You're the presenting sponsor for the Battle of Waterloo. One of the biggest races for 2-year-olds in the country. The importance of your organization's involvement in today and what it means to you.
I know with us in Grand River, we really like what they've done here and improving this constantly, trying to make it a spectator event. We wanted to be a part of that. Jamie and I have talked over the last couple of years, and with COVID and stuff, we kind of got pushed. And now we've ended up this year getting together and having a deal to be a title sponsor, and we couldn't be happier. The partnership is outstanding, and we're really proud to be a part of this.
Last question. You're well represented in the final here, the Battle of Waterloo. Any ones that you like the most, or you've got a soft spot for?
Yeah, the number one better be a tear. She's from the Ontario farm. We foaled her out. Her mother is tough to love. She's named appropriately, but her baby was a beautiful looking foal, and he's been a handful from day one, and we're really proud that he's out here representing our farm.
All right. Well, thank you for the time today, Pat. Awesome, and looking forward to seeing the presentation after the race.
Yeah, we really appreciate everything today from the whole team. Thank you.
All right, Pat Woods, everyone, manager of Winback Farms Canada.
The Ontario Select Yearling Sale returns in 2022. The sale will be held on September 25th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale lineup features first crop yearlings from Jimmy Freight, Mick Wicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from The Bank. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingSale.com. Winback Farm was the #1 breeder in Delaware, New York, and Ontario for 2021 Sire Stakes. Highlighting Winback Farm's 2022 lineup are first crop yearlings from Courtly Choice, Jimmy Freight, Mick Wicked, and Stag Party. Introducing the first North American yearlings from The Bank. Visit www.winbackfarm.com for sale lineups. Again, for more information, that's winbackfarm.com.
Field for the 11th race, the Battle of Waterloo final, presented by Winback Farm. One better be a terror. Jody Jamieson for Blake McIntosh and Hutt Racing and Stuart McIntosh. Number 2 is Sounds Good. Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Mike and Sam Sirkey. Number 3 is Santan Hanover. Austin Sorry for Scott McEnany and Dominique Shiravelli. Number 4 is Watch My Chips. Tyler Moore for Scott McEnany and Bradley Grant and Mart West Racing. Number 5, The Moment of Rose. Sylvain Filion for Greg McNair and John Stamadis and Joe Orifiyama and James Georgikopoulos. Number 6, Moment is Here. Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Frank Baldacchino. Number 7, Koopaloop, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley and Burke Racing and Weaver Buscemi. Number 8 is Wall Street Belle, Louis Waugh for Hut Racing and Ozzie McKay and Vico Pajunen. Blake McIntosh trains. And number 9 is Parsons, Bob Glore for Richard Moreau and Tess Waxman, Field of 9, the 11th race. The Battle of Waterloo final presented by Winback Farm. Let's get a look at this field, and right away, sounds good, this sounds good, look good.
Yeah, I agree, Gary. Sounds good for me. I thought raced fantastic last time, and the rain's starting to come down a little bit here. Just a drizzle right now, just a little bit of a drizzle, but sounds good. Look, battled early. 56 and 2 to the half was definitely the fastest horse of the half in the eliminations last week by a wide margin, and then paced away from rivals in the stretch. Came home in 30 and 1. Back half was a minute and 1, but did a lot of work early and still was strong to the wire. So I like this one. I know that Doug said that he went with this one because of the post, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be trying to go right down the road. Shake It Twice, I thought raced okay in the Battle of the Bells, but I think that Team McNair is going to get it done here with Sounds Good.
There's 5 the moment arose, and 56 and 3 the same speed as Sounds Good, and went to the front, but has post 5 here.
Really, you can't really go wrong with either of these Greg McNair entrants. The moment arose raced great. Obviously the rail last time, now post 5, but has that early foot off the gate and picks up a suitable replacement in Sylvain Filion. So I do think that the moment arose is probably the main danger to the other McNair entrant that I do have on top, and that's why I went with the all Greg McNair and Doug McNair exacta.
And 9 Parsons. I know you have some solid opinions about Parsons, Bob McClure for Richard Moreau.
I do, and taking support on the board right now, 8 to 1 on the board, and one that I thought would be a bigger price, but I think other people saw what I saw, and this one was sitting really nicely and making a big move on the turn for home, but then kind of blew the final turn, and it cost a lot of lengths. I was actually surprised this one was able to still finish 4th, and not just finish 4th, but get back within 4 lengths of the winner. So to me, Parsons is the potential upsetter in here. We saw it last race with Glenborough from post 9. I think that Parsons can definitely make a race of this as well. An 8 to 1, a little bit shorter than I was hoping for, but a price that I think is still palatable.
Number 6 Moment is here. Was second, beaten just a length in 51 and 4 in a goal July of the 9th, and has credentials.
Definitely does, and we just saw these connections, right? Bob McIntosh and Trevor Henry win the Battle of the Bells, and now one post out to post 6, and I was kind of hoping that Moment is Here would race better last time and finish second, but the margin was widening at the wire, and no surprise, 7 to 1. I thought this one would go off at a bigger number than the morning line of 5 to 2, but I do think that it's not impossible for him to win.
And there's one, Better Be a Terror, gets the inside, so you got to use this one on the Super High 5.
You do, and we just heard Pat Wood say that he's got a soft spot for this one. It was bred by Winback Farms, and interestingly enough, this was the one on the way here, Gary, that my dad said, I think you're underestimating this one, and seniors usually are right, so maybe he'll be right again.
Well, and the fans have bet 7 Koopaloop down to 4 to 1. That's my top pick, but I might be stretched here.
Listen, I certainly think that he's got a chance in here. My problem is post 7 and the fact that he made a break last time. I just think it's too risky for me, but hey, definitely talented enough to win this race.
It's a field of 9, race 11, the Battle of Waterloo final, presented by Winback Farm. Taking up their positions, Better Be a Terror, Sounds Good, and Santana Hanover on the inside of the center. Watch My Chips in the Moment arose to the outside. Moment is Here, Koopaloop and Wall Street Belle. And the second tier, Parsons. Field of 9, 11th race, the Battle of Waterloo. Here they come. Field for the Battle of Waterloo final. is at the start of the rough and sounds good, is looking good early. Santan Hanover, Better Be a Terror along to the inside. And then it is the Moment of Rose as they charge it into the turn. And then Koopaloop is on the outside and is racing fifth. And Watch My Chips and back to Parsons. And then the Moment of Rose and trailing is Wall Street Bell. Sounds Good has got the lead as they race their way on to the opening quarter. Santana Hanover on the outside stuck, and on the inside Better Be a Terror. And then the Moment of Rose is on the outside as well. Watch My Chips is on the inside, and Koopaloop is still working on the outside. And then Parsons has moved out, and then it is the Moment is here, and Wall Street Bell on the inside, but Sounds Good and Doug McNair has the lead. But Santana Hanover hasn't seen the inside and is still there applying pressure. Better Be a Terror is looking like in a good spot on the inside third. And then the Moment of Rose is situated second over. And Koopaloop is on the outside all over the back of the Moment of Rose. And on the inside, Watch My Chips. And then it is Wall Street Bell and Parsons. And then back to the Moment is here. Into the back stretch they go. Up a half of 57 and 2, a 30-second second pedal breather. Sounds Good. Santana Hanover moving up now, the Moment of Rose. And then Better Be a Terror. And Koopaloop now is going to take a peek out wide. 3 wide action from the Moment of Rose, and Koopaloop follows the Moment of Rose. It is the Moment of Rose, and on the inside Sounds Good. Between those two, Santana Hanover. Then Better Be a Terror and Koopaloop and Wall Street Bell. The Moment is here, and then it is back to Watch My Chips, and Parsons trails the field 3/4, 127 and 2. And it is Sounds Good. Santana Hanover hasn't seen the inside and is on even terms with Sounds Good as they turn for home. Sounds Good and Santana Hanover. On the inside, it is Sounds Good to take the Battle of Waterloo. Santana Hanover was second, then Better Be a Terror, and the Moment is here, 155 and 1. Sounds Good, looked good, didn't get left alone, but it didn't matter. Rob got the job done anyway.
And the excitement there, Gary, watching the finish there, what a race that was. And yeah, Sounds Good, real, rock solid performance. And they were stacked up a long way there. You don't usually see that. And what an effort, though, from the first over challenger there. Austin Story, first over a long way with that one. And you're thinking that one's going to get tired at some point, but just kept on coming.
Yeah, it certainly was an interesting kind of race. It didn't go the way you might have expected because a lot of horses got stuck early, and then it just made it difficult.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, but Doug McNair certainly had his plan in place. He went to the front, and I guess really, when you look at it, you've got a 45-1 shot on the outside of you. It's not the worst position to be in. You're able to steal the middle half in a minute still, and then sprint home. So that certainly helped Santana Hanover, I think, live on the outside there. But in any event, Sounds Good was the one I thought was the best going in, and I think that he proved it.
And you mentioned that 45-1 shot. Santana Hanover still finished second. That was an impressive effort.
It really was, living on the outside first over. You don't see that very often, and I kept kind of waiting for that one to, start to backpedal at some point. But even Drew, even with this one on the final turn, and made a really good account of himself. One that I certainly didn't see as having a chance in here, but he did well to be the runner-up.
I should mention the inquiry sign is going to go up pertaining to number 5. The Moment of Rose made a break in the stretch drive and finished 5th, so the judges review that break. But it is Sounds Good and Santana Hanover, and then Better Be a Terror. The inside post position gets into the top 3. On the board right now, we have a 2-3-1-6-5. The inquiry pertaining to number 5, the Moment of Rose. Back in front of us is the winner of race number 11, the Battle of Waterloo final to Sounds Good. Sounds good. A 2-year-old better is Delight Bay Gelding, owned by Mike and Sam Sergey of Canton, New York. Greg McNair, the trainer. Doug McNair with the driving double on the evening. And it is the 5th Battle of Waterloo win for Doug McNair. Sounds good. The presentation presented by Winback Farm, represented by General Manager Jack Burke and Manager Pat Woods, yearling manager Jim Ladwig, and Public Relations Manager Liz Cheeseman. Fans note the judges ruling that number 5, the Moment of Rose, who finished 5th, is going to be placed back to 7th for a double lapped-on break at the finish. 5, the Moment of Rose, 5th, placed 7th. The 11th race payouts to Sounds Good, $520, $320, $283, Santana Hanover, $28.09. One Better Be a Terror, $460. The dollar win for $188.65. Dollar high 5 is $4,107. That's $4,107. Note the exactor is $120. The dollar try, $234.60. The double pays $11.30. And the dollar pick 5, 5 of 5, $398.95.
I'm here in a very happy winner's circle with Team McNair. And to say that Team McNair is synonymous with success here on Industry Day is the understatement of the century, because we just see that Doug McNair now stands alone with 5 victories in the Battle of Waterloo as the leading driver in the history of the race. Doug, I got to ask you, stacked up on the outside of you, Santana Hanover, most of the trip there. Did you have him where you wanted him most of the way?
Well, there's a bit of a panic mode halfway on the first turn. I just didn't know where everybody's going to situate it. And I wanted to do the give and go with Austin, but I noticed there's a horse on his back. So, kudos to him for just kind of coast riding and finishing second. Being a race like that, it's tough to sit along out there nice and patiently, and to get one and finish second was a good job by him.
Was there any moment that you may have been a bit concerned that he might get the better of you?
Yeah, I like heading in the last turn, I thought everybody was exactly where we kind of wanted them, and then the way the race shaped out. But the head of the strat, I just hope when I pulled the plugs that he didn't let go of me, because Austin's horse was still right there. He gave me a bit of a scare to halfway down the lane. Obviously, our guy got the better of him, and he raced great. Both the horses raced great.
All right, and talk about how special Industry Day is, and this race is. I mean, you and your father have tremendous success. You're now the winningest driver in the history of the race. Talk a bit about Industry Day as a whole and this particular race.
Oh, it's one of the best days of the year for me. I started going to them when I was just a young kid in Elmira, and had a lot of fun at that. As much fun as that as probably I have winning all these, but it's big. As you can see, a lot of family here and a lot of my buddies from school, high school, and even elementary school. They come out to join, so it's a big thrill, and every win feels the same for me.
All right, congrats, Doug. We're going to move on now to Greg. Father Greg, and listen, this was incredible effort from your colt here to get the job done, and now yourself, tied Carl Jameson for the most wins in the Battle of Waterloo history. So, how does that feel, and how does it feel that every time you team up with your son, Doug?
Oh, it's good to team up with Doug, and then Carl, he's hard to catch. You usually get one near him, and then he opens up 2 more on you. So it's a great race to win. It's a hard race to win.
And for you, watching it, it's in the hands of Doug, on the track. Is you have a lot of nervous moments watching, or is it just another day at the office?
Well, that colt there, he usually all winner. He didn't really like to cut the miles that good, so I was a little concerned over that. But he was that way last week, and raced good doing it.
And he began his season racing at the gold level. I mean, do you think he ends up back there now for what he's shown?
Yeah, he'll likely go back in. He'll likely hit the next gold, and hope he continues on in there. It's hard to say what kind of a mile that was today. Here's pretty good wind and everything, and compared to the fillies, the colts got home real quick.
All right, well, congratulations, Greg. Now tied with Carl Jameson, winningest trainer in the history of the race. Congratulations, and folks, there you have it. Team McNair getting it done in the Battle of Waterloo as they've done so many times before. Sounds good. 2022 Battle of Waterloo champion.
The 11th race order finish from the top is a 3-1-2-8. 5 plays 7, 4, 6 plays 5, 7 plays 6, and then 9. Once again, from the top down, the 11th race order finish is 3-1-2-8, 7, 4, 5, 6, 9. Fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Monday afternoon, Industry Day 2022. Racing action resumes on Wednesday. Our first race will go to post at 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.